6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Got me up the coast, boy. Wanna hear the ocean roar crash over me. Then ride it home, dance it out in moonlight. Hold me tight and don't let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, stardust, stardust. Left behind, left to find one another, face the sun, fear no one, 'cause we are all one, we are all one, we are all, we are all one, we are all one, we are all. Pick me up, that moonchild, put me into overflow. Superstar.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Hey, I see you. Cursed with Curiosity, Angel, Three Flying Doves is the wiener today. Deb came in is the second place wiener, and Miss Peggy. I set it up and then I went and did a couple things. So because it takes a while for people to get in here and stuff. So no, I wasn't late. I just started the live and didn't set a time to it. So that's why. Hey, Michelle Reed. Hey, Lisa Guerrero, Betty Smith. Hi to everybody. So, I've been talking to Fred today a little bit and had some interesting conversations. And kind of, he told me something interesting, I guess, that happened recently, or it's actually part of it happened today, I guess. But it got me thinking about other things surrounding or with this case of Summer, because some of the things that Fred mentioned to me brought me back to stuff that we've talked about, like the cartel, the mafia, and none other than Playboy himself. I just ran into something interesting. I was going to go live about this like a couple hours ago, but I'm glad I waited because I found another little connection thing that I'm like, okay, I'm going live now. This is interesting. I think this is newsworthy. Okay, good. Well, I'm glad I didn't go live while you were live or whatever. But if I do that, if I go live while there's another big live going or something, then that means what I have to say is kind of probably important, because usually I would wait. Well, I feel interesting and important. So, okay. Here, I'll go ahead and just start here, okay? With the screenshots. So I come prepared with the screenshots already pulled up and ready for the most part, and some tabs open. So hopefully this runs a little bit smoothly, because I don't do good in going in order and stuff. I want to just get to the chase but anyways, so the white is Fred, and the blue is yours truly. Okay, so which you can tell by, I'm sure, by the grammar. But he says, we need to find out who Thunder Bear. They're a vice lord, I think, and they're a vice lord. I think they had to do with Summer. That's the hand gesture Summer does in almost all her pictures. He thinks it's the hand gesture that she's. I don't know about that part, but you know, conspiracy theorists, go ahead. 333 in chat, yay! That's my sign. There's something to this, guys. Anyways, I don't think Summer's giving gang signals. Not knowingly, at least. Earlier in the conversation, he said we were talking about his offer, what they offered him, and he was asking me how much that would be, 30% of 8 years. And I told him 30% of 8 years would be like 2.5 years in prison. He said, okay, I'll ask lawyer. I meant Laura. I meant to say Laura. Didn't mean to put lawyer. That's weird. Laura, because he was asking me to have Laura. He was wanting to know if Laura got her check today because he's wanting to contact his lawyer. So that's where I got it. He wanted to contact his lawyer and he needs money on his call thing now, I guess. Anyways, I said, where did you hear the name Thunder Bear? And he said, in some graffiti writing on the cell wall and Summer's name. So I guess supposedly in one of the cells, there's writing or was writing, and he's going to explain it a little bit. He's saying there's something about this name Thunder Bear, which I was like, I was like, okay, that sounds weird, but noted. Okay. Duly noted. And so he says there was some in graffiti. And so Fred is in B block, by the way. That's something we found out as well. He's in what's called B block. Don Wells has stated that he was in A block, but that's currently. Fred was not originally in B block, I don't think. I know he's been moved after that one incident. So let's go on to the next screenshot, okay? So after he says in some graffiti, because I asked him, where did he hear the name Thunder Bear? And he says, in some graffiti writing on a cell wall, in Summer's name. Then he goes on to say, and there was a picture drawn of the Tennessee Travel Center at Fort Henry Dam, drawn on cell wall, and the corporal came in cell to take pictures of all the graffiti in cell that I'm in now because he was moved. He's been moved a few times. He later tells me that they're painting over it. I said, that's interesting because I heard Don was saying he was in the same block as you. And I said, now you're in the one you're in now. He was telling people on YouTube that you're in the same block as he was in. Also, sorry about the late reply. I just woke up because I was up super late. And he says, I didn't know, or if you didn't know what the travel center looked like, you would think it was a spaceship. Try to find out what cell, or he said, try to find out what cell he was in. Fred was asking me to try to find out what cell Don was in because of this writing, okay? He goes, but there's going to paint the cell or something. They have been here a couple times already today taking pictures. I said, they found it today. And he said, I turned it and I've been studying some stuff, going over and over, trying to find the clues that we need. That's why not said anything before. Now but Thunder Bear is been in here a few weeks, or I've been here a few weeks saying all of it because I knew a matter of time it would be gone. But Thunder Bear is supposed to be part of a cartel that made a cocaine drop and something about get busy living or busy dying. You can find me out there living. So I guess there's something also was something on the wall about saying something about get busy living or busy dying. You can find me out here living. That's not what Fred's saying. That's something that was put on the wall. So something about a cocaine drop, which imagine that. We've heard cocaine brought up a lot in Summer's case. I said, did you have to change cells recently and notice it or something? Is this a cell you've been staying in the whole time? And I said, Mexican cartel. And that's, because I wanted to know when he started talking to the Vice Lords, I started thinking, does that mean, is Vice Lords like connected to the cartel? But I did find out, I think that Dawn was not in B Block. So it more than likely was not Dawn writing on the wall. But there's something about a travel center, which a truck stop, right? Sounds like trafficking to me. Sounds like trafficking. Why? That's very weird. Okay. So I started Googling and talking to somebody about like the cartel and Vice Lords and stuff like that, and started looking up things. He mentions a Thunder Bear. This guy he says, we need to look into Thunder Bear. Hey, Sundown Farms. That's an interesting thought, them being connected. The truck stop travel service recently within 5 years on I-85. So then I just started looking. Okay, so, Brett has got all but time and he's thinking of everything he's heard out in the holler, everything that he's experienced himself and what people have told him. Okay, so he mentions the Vice Lords and this writing on the wall, and that I thought it was interesting and I was going to talk about it, and I thought I was going to look into this Thunder Bear, okay? But I didn't think that much of it, really, because I don't know. People, even if it was written on the wall with Summerwell's name and stuff, some people, there's a lot of crazies that go to jail. And a lot of times they're, they could be withdrawing or whatever. I don't know. Who knows? But it was interesting that we have a truck stop travel center drawn on the wall, something to do with a guy going by Thunder Bear. So I guess there was some kind of tribute to Thunder Bear. I don't know. You get on it, Green Eyes. You find them. Well, it's just like this brings us back to Playboy. Okay. Look what I found here. What do you guys find interesting? So I looked up the Vice Lords symbols and stuff. And what do you guys see like front and center? No, but they could be into drugs, could have connections to the cartel. Yeah, and so then I was like, didn't think too much of it. But then I was like, okay, I look up Vice Lord symbols just to see. And all of a sudden, I was reading first, and I immediately see the word Playboy. I immediately see the word Playboy when I go down to, because I was wanting to look at symbols. The Playboy logo. And I was like, holy shit, Playboy. Oh my God. What the hell, dude? It says, Vice Lord street gangs use a variety symbols to identify themselves, including a rabbit wearing a bow tie, the Playboy logo, as well as a red and gold 5-point star. Members have tattoos of either on their hand below the thumb to identify themselves, also a protective mechanism for members facing possible jail time. Often stylized with top hat and a cane, as well as a champagne glass and a glove. Their colors are black, red, and gold. Well, yep. Kind of up the alley of this. Yeah, this is kind of scary. There's Muslim ties with the Vice Lords. I haven't had much time to look into the connections between this gang and the cartel, but it's scary. Yeah, I heard H got connected with some bad people. Remember that? That's what was being said. He got associated with some bad people that were in a gang, supposedly. So another thing to look into. But I find it weird. I got that whole story about the Lady of the Night, and then, hear the nickname Playboy. Then we have another nickname, Thunder Bear. Thunder Bear sounds more American Indian or something. Well, it's really easy to identify that gang's symbols because it just makes a V and L. So it's just hand symbols that make the V and L. More into the juggalos. Could be connected. And they have different sets. Like, he would be considered a four-corner hustler. Definitely something to look into. Yeah. Well, I do know that Michael that you guys thought you saw behind Fred when I was on the phone on the video chat with him. Well, that's a whole other thing too, because I guess that block is separated into top tier and lower tier, and they're separated. And Fred's on the lower tier, and I guess and then there's the top tier, and both tiers are let out like at differing times. So they're never out in the common area together unless they have a visit, or something that's scheduled during the time. So that would be why Fred told me that top tier was out at the time that we were on the phone. But a lot of people, or some people that I've talked to, saw, wondered about the guy in the background and looked into him, and he's a really, really bad guy. Really bad guy. Let's see here. What's his last name again? Oh, thank you so much. Let's see. I'm not sure. To Vampy, thank you so much for the Cash App. I really appreciate you supporting the channel. I really do. Let's see the name. So Michael Lynn Johnson. So here, let me show. Okay. Hawkins County detective testifies child rape defendant had go bag ready to flee prior to arrest. So this guy had $1 million bond. This was on January of this year. That when he was originally arrested, I guess. This is dated for June of this year, though. This article. So his top charge, he has multiple child sex charges, including the top count of aggravated R of a child. And many of you guys ID'd this guy behind Fred. Well, Fred said top tier's all snitches. I don't know. So I don't know if he is really aware that there's offenders, I'm sure, but they're separated. But he's under the impression that they're all snitches up there. And that's why. This guy's charges are really bad. Did I hear that Candace worked for a truck stop? I don't know. I don't think she's really ever had a job except carnivals and he said Fort Henry Dam, whatever that means, travel center, the Fort Henry Dam Travel Center. Why, who's Justin? Yeah. So somebody said their brother is in the IVL. Yeah, there's all kinds of different what they call sets or whatever, chapters, or I don't know how they do it, but I know there's like the Spanish vice lords, and that's why, and different kind. Mark Douglas Jordan. Was this guy out when Summer got gone? That's a good question. That's why I'm putting it out there. I haven't had much of a chance to rule. I mean, I did look into this guy a little bit before, but I didn't check to see if he was out of jail. I might. I mean, the stuff this guy's into, he might be around some people who know where Summer's at. Possibly. Birds of a feather flock together. This guy has child R charges. He has incest charges. He has other sex crimes against children. He is a piece of freaking ew. And Rose's car was found at a truck stop too. No, he doesn't think they did it. Yeah, he doesn't know. He's looking into, he thinks there's something to do with trafficking, obviously. He thinks that Dawn and Candace are involved, yes. He said that even today. But that doesn't mean others aren't either. Like I said, I believe there's a lot of people, tons of people involved in this. It's like a ring of people, and probably several weirdos, probably like this guy. And there probably is some connections to a gang or a cartel. I mean, that's just the truth. In my opinion, well, it's not the truth, but that's just the likelihood, in my opinion, that there probably is. If it has trafficking, and the way that Don talks about having he used to run coke and stuff, and then I was just hearing, somebody put up a video accusing Don of still running cocaine for the cartel to this day. That's crazy. I don't know. See, he doesn't. Well, police already know. They were taking pictures. They took pictures of the graffiti. According to Fred. I think it's just like any of us, our sellers. We've gone back and forth, and that's what he thinks. He thinks that Dawn owed somebody money. That's what he was saying recently. But just like any of us, our theories change back and forth, So, yeah, he said something like she drowned, like he thought she was possibly drowned. He's gone over several theories too. If he is still running drugs, you guys, I think the likelihood that there is some type of trafficking involved here, involved in Summer's disappearance, I think is very high. If those rumors are true. He said he owned thugs money in Mexico. He does have a big neck, doesn't he? He kind of does look like that picture that was it that we saw going around. He does, because he looks a little bit like his face shape and his neck shape are similar to Frank White. So Frank White has that big neck too. I don't know if Fred's hair is cut, but that's a good question. Somebody just sent me an article that looks interesting. One second. Wow. Hold on. I would say there's a very good chance. It's weird how, no thanks. I don't need any notifications. Look at these freaking guys. They look like they were on cocaine for sheezy. SWAT arrest alleged Vice Lords gang leader at Kingsport home. This was in 2020 of June. So there is connections to this gang and anywhere. I mean, and it's not just black guys. There's this Spanish Spanish Vice Lords too, and Mount Carmel. That's even closer, isn't it, RJ? Isn't Mount Carmel even closer to Ben Hill area? Anyways, a Mount Carmel man who is reportedly a high-ranking member of the Vice Lords gang has been apprehended after alleged threats to shoot police officers. According to a Tuesday press release from the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, Dustin Keith Overbay. Oh, this is somebody was mentioning in the chat earlier. Somebody was telling me to look up this guy earlier. Was arrested Friday on Skyland Drive in Kingsport. He was wanted on felony warrants in both Sullivan and Hawkins counties, had previously eluded police, and was considered to be armed and dangerous. Sullivan County Sheriff's Office Vice and Narcotics detectives confirmed Overbay was at the home, which is the residence of Matthew Carpenter and Carpenter's elderly grandmother. Carpenter also had active warrant for violation of probation. SWAT members from both the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and Kingsport Police Department descended on the location to find Overbay in the living room with a .38 caliber pistol. Carpenter was located in the downstairs of the residence with a sawed-off shotgun and a semi-automatic pistol stolen out of Kingsport, according to police. A third man was also charged. Read the full story from the Kingsport Times. So, Dustin Keith Overbay, Matthew Joseph Carpenter, and Brian McKinley. Sleuths. See if any of these people are connected Dustin Keith Overbay, Matthew Carpenter. Wow. Why am I feeling like that Matthew Carpenter name is in that, and then that Dustin Overbay on the left, he looks familiar. I must have seen this before, or I must have seen an article on this guy before or something. Are they from the same mother? Yeah, I know. It is kind of scary stuff to talk about for sure. If Kathy, so I'm told that Kathy is saying that Dawn still runs drugs. Like, if Kathy is saying that, I wonder where she gets that. And I would seriously, really see if that is true. Then I feel like we fail. I feel like that's connected. That's where we can find what happened to Summer. But gosh, that's a scary route to go down. Dustin Overbay. Let me look up something real quick. I want to see. Any of these guys in the Hawkins County right now, currently? Let me think. I'm looking who the inmates are at Hawkins. One second. Carpenter. This is Belcher. That last name I've seen before too. None of those three are in Hawkins right now. But they all have 6 toes. They probably, if he's doing stuff like that, they probably know and feel like it will lead him to Summer, and so that's probably why he hasn't been arrested yet. That would be my theory. That guy's name's Brandon. Well, I don't think I'll be going to. I did, Bushi. I don't think I'll be going down to Hawkins County anytime soon. I don't think. I think it's getting a little too dangerous, honestly. I feel. I mean, people close to this case, even Dawn says this is bigger than we can imagine. Wonder why he says that. We need to ask Dawn. Somebody needs to catch Dawn off guard and ask him if he knows that. What is it? Lightning Bear? What did I say earlier? So not only do we have Playboy, we have Lightning. Let's see. What's the name? Sounds like an Indian name, like more so, but I don't know. Thunder Bear. I'm sure that guy is probably good buddies with Frank Light, Green Eyes. Thunderbear. Somebody catch Dawn off guard and be like, so how's Thunderbear doing these days? Overbear is considered a high-ranking vice lord by law enforcement. Okay, let me look up. He doesn't look very scary, like as far as intimidating, but he looks scary as in creepy scary, like he looks like a skeleton. Dustin Overbay. Ew. Ew. Yeah, this guy definitely has some kind of cocaine or meth habit. Hold on. I just fake cocaine by the way he looks. Let's see. Let's see if I'm right. Here's an older arrest picture. 2017 AR-15 pistols, drugs seized for man awaiting trial on felony gun charge. Mount Carmel man who was already facing one felony weapon charge was arrested Sunday morning after police allegedly found him in possession of an assault rifle, 2 pistols, a large amount of ammunition, marijuana pills, and meth. Mount Carmel Police Department Assistant Chief George Copa said department was already involved in an ongoing investigation into Dustin Keith Overbay, 32, involving alleged illegal drug and firearm transactions. Around 10:30 a.m. Sunday, MCPD officers responded to a complaint of an elderly woman falling in the roadway at 420 Bay Street. The woman is the great aunt of Overbay, and he had reportedly been staying with her. While en route to the residence, MCPD officers were notified by the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office that Overbay was wanted for failure to appear. When police arrived on the scene, they observed Overbay helping his great aunt. After EMS arrived on the scene, Overbay was taken into custody on the warrant. Through the course of checking great aunt's welfare, Officer Grady White asked her if she was aware of anything illegal or potentially harmful in the residence. Copa said she stated that she wasn't aware of anything and gave consent for Officer White to search the residence. The initial search was of the living room where Officer White observed an open safe that contained a rifle magazine with ammunition and a plastic baggie containing green leafy substance. Oh, he's a meth head. I was wrong. Dang it! I'm not very good on eyeing which ones are meth and which one's coke. Because 3 baggies of marijuana, police seized meth, about 28 pills, 3 burnt spoons, 18 syringes, and a glass pipe. So let's see what else. He was arrested. They have him as a high-ranking. That was in 2019. I'm confused. If the arrest was in 2019, because I just found an article, the one I just read 2 articles ago. Well, I just found a new one that's about the same incident as the one 2 articles ago, and it says 2019. So I guess the incident was in 2019, where it said he was a high-ranking vice lord. Wouldn't he probably would still be in prison, wouldn't he? Let me see what you guys are saying here. Don laughs saying Fred probably has his old cell. Yeah, no, they're in different blocks. We figured that out. Somebody just sent me some just what it says online about that Dustin guy as far as his addresses and stuff. But anyways, it's interesting because when there's smoke, there's fire. And what I mean by that, I'm not obviously if he's a vice lords and he's a high-ranking official of the vice lords and he's in Kingsport, then there's other vice lords in that area. And they're going to be bringing in drugs. And they're also going to be selling drugs. And then that's how users would meet them and get affiliated with them. And over time, they trust you. You never know. You might end up being one of them. I don't know. Like Don Wells, Dancing with the Devil. Like what? Like what, Justin? Did you hear everything I said? You might want to listen, 'cause if you didn't hear me reading the text and stuff. He asked me to look into one of the guys that was in the block with him because he was wanting to know. The guy was telling people, I guess, in there, which, why would you tell people this? But anyways, he was, I guess, had told somebody that he was in there for kidnapping of a little boy because he owed a drug debt. So I guess that made Fred's ears perk up because the whole Summer Wells case, and he asked me to look into the guy, and the last name is Crump with a K, Krumpe. But Kyle Crump. But the thing is, I looked into him and I didn't see any charges like that on him. So I can't figure out why that, unless who would lie about such a thing, though? Oh my God. Oh, really? What made you research him, Be the Bean? He's bad news, period. Well, that's who Fred is suspicious of too, as I don't know. He just, for some reason, wanted me to look into that guy. Remember, H said, Chris, you might see me throwing up gang signs in that video. Yep. Don said we sacrifice a child once a week at the church. Yeah, he was joking about that too. That's another one of his jokes. Oh my. Can you guys please block people that are saying really ludicrous things? We've all talked into the theory of trafficking. This is real life. I mean, we could be hush hush and not talk about it, and it could be the elephant in the room. But we've all pretty much, well, not all, but a big majority of us have already figured that this probably has to do with some kind of trafficking of some sort, drug or sex, and yes, in my belief, the parents still involved. They had to, in my opinion, have known somebody or known some people that were into some bad things. And Don's the one that's talked about running drugs. He's admitted to running drugs for these type of groups. Okay, it's just, that's why it needs to be mentioned. We don't need it to. That's why these gang members have nicknames like Thunder Bear or whatever it was, or Playboy. But really, that's law enforcement's job to find specifically who. But I do think that we've already, many of us already pretty much like feel that there's a connection here to some pretty bad people. True, her nickname is Care Bear. No, the other child's name was Bear, went by Bear Bear. Some sick mofos take little girl because the parents owe money. Well, it's just weird that this guy supposedly was trying to say he kidnapped a little boy because of drug debt. Oh my gosh, can you guys delete or block these people? We're going to theorize about these groups and stuff. If people want this information, but they persecute the people that put it out every freaking time. And if I didn't, it would people and it's already do constantly message me wanting info and stuff like that. I mean, if Fred does not want it out there, he's known many times that how I talk about it on here. He's very aware of that. There's certain things sometimes, rarely, because he keeps a lot of stuff to himself, I found out, because like this, like he lets me know, okay, very occasionally, when he doesn't want something put out. Yeah, it's just it's been brought up early in the investigation, kind of like it's kind of the same under the same things that like Donna Serafina was talking about with the snut, those films possibly involved, and ew. We've, with those messages that we've seen where the 50,000 and the Mexican mafia. Why does this type of stuff keep coming up? It's, it's, when there's smoke, there's fire, I guess. That's all I can say. Says it all. What's MDA? Maybe they mean NDA. Why do you think the refrigerator has anything? Oh, the barrel dancing video. How do you know that for a fact, Michelle? Oh, yeah. I just think that it's not usually the I don't think it's usually the go-to. It's probably way less common that gangs would deal with children at all. But I'm sure it does happen. I'm sure it does. I think they put up pics and videos for weeks previous to cause confusion. Summer and that is weird. Candace started crying about the cornbread mafia. Maybe she heard mafia and that freaked her out. Because she's like, they hit on something. Like, some type of gang, mafia, cartel. They're all kind of the same idea, right? There are Lucas here. We are listening to how Ziggy is very close to info. We can't say. Yeah, and then now more and more people are like, don't say anything. You shouldn't say anything. See, it is scary, trying to look into who specifically. Maybe I should just say a gang instead of a specific gang, and maybe not specific people, but I just thought it was the Thunder Bear. That was interesting. It sounds like, I don't know. It's not even a making wrong friends. I believe Candace went to a gas station that day. That St. Clair gas station. That's so out in the middle of nowhere, though. But I guess that's where you would go, right? Like, if you were gonna meet somebody, would you go to a traffic stop? Would be convenient because it'd be right off the highway. Okay, so, but a place like the St. Clair gas station would be very secluded and not very many people. So which do you do? Right? So you said then say something. But a lot of times when stuff happens like a rock bottom like that, then it's looked at like, well, now I've lost my everything. I don't have my kids, so might as well just keep using drugs. And I'll unblock the couple people I blocked. But listen, guys, if you're really concerned for my safety, or if you're concerned for Fred's safety or something genuinely, you wouldn't be yelling it in the comments over and over again, okay? If it was genuine concern, you would email me privately, not trying to make a scene in the comments. It's a bit more believable to be involved. Well, he claims that he ran cocaine, though. That's the thing. So he's probably, I'm sure Mexican cartel might, I'm sure all these people, these gangs, like they have less ranking people that do the dirty work, doing the running and stuff like that. Thunder Bear Hideaway are cabins in Gatlinburg. Wow. Wonder if I need to ask him, try to figure out where he came up with Thunder Bear. It was written on a wall, but I want to know exactly what it was said. Maybe it could be like, maybe he just assumed like it's a gang name or something. You know, maybe it is something like Thunder Bear Hideaway, because I need to get more specifics with that and why he thinks it's a nickname. Nah, what? No. Mexican cartel will go after your family. To run. That is true. It is hard for a dope head to run dope. That always made me think of Don used it all up and got in trouble. That is true. And Don did say something like that. And Candace brought up the Mexican mafia on Mary's call first. Yep. And it was talked about in a conversation between Don and what was her name? She ended up passing away, but she's the one that people confused for Prayer Garden because they sounded alike. Oh yeah, I better thanks Country Girl for the reminder. I'm gonna put up a poll. And thanks for Justin for the inspiration. Shit. There we go. Right. That's what I'm saying, though. I'm wondering, though, if Don does mention the cartel a lot in the mafia, and then Candace freaks out when Cornbread Mafia is mentioned. So what's Top Dog's theory? Somebody wanted me to read Top Dog's theory. No, you don't go to Knoxville for drugs, but if you're gonna buy quantity and you're gonna buy them cheap, you travel. You know what I mean? You travel to the big cities. And if you're using drugs, if you're an addict, you eventually, if you're around those people, eventually you get to know people, the other drug users. Eventually you just are around bad people. Over time, you meet other people and you try to find things cheaper. You'll travel to bigger cities like Knoxville. And sometimes addicts, they get involved with some bad people. because they get high on their own supply and then they can't pay back what they owe. Does one of the properties on Ben Hill belong to a Hispanic guy? I'm not sure, Moonshine, but we'll have to look into that because that's kind of up the alley of something that we're looking into. Well, there was a Mexican guy that was talking to Candace at her hotel room recently. It looked like Jose's brother. Thunder Bear Hideaway, 3413 Stephen Court, Pigeon Forge. Interesting. I will definitely take a mental note. Andrew said he thought or knew H was involved in a bad gang. Yeah, I heard that too. His dad died? I didn't know Don's dad died. That is it. Yeah, it could be something like that. Well, the thing is, it goes back to what RJ was talking about, Smokey, about the 313 initiative, and you got to look at the highway that's going, where the main highway goes north and south, going through the big cities, like and close to like Knoxville and stuff, because the huge, like I-70 goes through Indianapolis. I don't know what I-81 all goes through, but certain big highways, and plus, traffic stops, they're right off the interstate and you just keep going. It's not for making, it's for running. Don was in Miami, he said, for work, but there was so much drugs that he turned right around and went home. You lie, Don. When was that? Knoxville's only 15 miles from Sevierville. He wasn't dead yesterday. Okay, people are saying no, he didn't pass. I was like, I was going to say I didn't think so. Who was the guy that got charged for that? Yeah. Oh, east and northeast. I-75. What was that, Sweet D? Watching a video of the meanest places. Well, for some reason, Andy and Dawn were going to Knoxville a lot. So, and it's definitely come up. It's not like a theory about Knoxville. It's known. We know that Dawn was going to Knoxville for drugs. We know it. It's not like, oh, maybe. No, he's admitted it. So I guess I could, Billy Anderson. If anybody wants to come up and talk, I guess I could drop the link. Pin it. I don't know. With those Knoxville, when they find that, talk about this high-ranking Vice Lords gang leader at Kingsport, or these Vice Lords. I guess if there is that, I don't know. It just depends on who Dawn met. He's going to go to a bigger city probably to get drugs. Dawn wasn't the one that told us Knoxville first. Knoxville, I don't believe it was Dawn. I think we started talking about, people were coming out and saying that Dawn went to Knoxville for work. And remember, Andy went to Knoxville afterwards? Southern Poverty Law Center. Southern Poverty. Sold them all in court. That's crazy, Grace. The gangs go to Dawn and Candace's friends. Knox, Cedarville, and Sylvan. Large city, not necessary for rings of original criminals. Yeah, my TikTok gets put up every once in a while by Nightbot, I think. Here, it should come up. Let's see. Hey, She Ran. They have no family with money. They know it's. Are you talking about the? Are you talking about the Wells? I will never forget Don's word. He said, "I've been at places that have sold kids at." Yep. Yeah. Because well, I didn't think so either, but that's something. Another thing that I was talking to somebody about before this live is that they found somebody. I don't want to put it out because it's their information, but they found somebody, some people kind of pretty close to Candace, related Candace, that are pretty wealthy. Wouldn't really be blood relation though. Would be by marriage. She said something like the debt has to be paid now. Yeah, that supposedly Grandis was in a bad mood that day. See, I didn't think that Grandis was involved, but let's see. But lately, been thinking more into it. Yeah, and supposedly Billy that was hanging out at the Wells is Billy Benson. Yeah, he said the N word so much. Hey, Reapers.
Hello.
How's it going?
I just want to let everybody know that drug dealers and people in gangs will take your children if you owe a debt. What is your most valuable possession?
Yeah, they definitely would threaten it, wouldn't they? For sure.
They will. They will.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I know that for a fact. And everyone tried to tell me they don't do that. Gangs don't do that. Yeah, they do. The mafia does that. I mean,
It is true. Your child is your most prized
yeah,
possession.
and they've got, not to be gross or anything, but they will take them, and if you don't pay that debt, they'll traffic them off and sell them to get their money. Why wouldn't they do that? They want their debt paid. And if they have to sell them for things besides, sex trafficking, donors, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's two major interstates that run through Knoxville.
Because for one, their organs are pure. And I'll just put it at that on a child. I mean,
Yep.
they'll they'll take your children and sell it to the highest bidder that'll pay their debt that this person owed, that owed them the debt to begin with. They're all about money. They don't care who it is or what it is. Your most valuable possession mostly is your child, isn't it? If you've got nothing else to give or take, that's what they'll take. They don't care about anything but money.
Because think about it, if they want their money, they're going to threaten your family, or they'll do something.
And here's another thing: if a dealer wasn't out to make money, why are they dealing? Usually, they don't even use their own product. They're just the dealers that sell it to the addicts to make the money.
Yep.
Dealers are all about money.
Then when you get in situations where you get high on your own supply, then you start to owe them money, and you owe debts, and then you get
the cartel. Because dealers are just a little bit of what the cartel is, right? The cartel is a big business. Their dealer is the little man. Like if you work in a factory, you have the CEO of the company. And then he's got managers, and then he's got supervisors, and then he's got laborers, and then down the line. Same thing, it works the same way.
Mm-hmm.
It's just drugs instead of like stereo systems. And if you're a dealer and you start using a product, then you're dealing with the cartel that trusted you to sell their product.
Somebody said, how do you know this for certain? Well,
it's common sense. And I know people that have done these things.
Yeah, or somebody just messaged me a very good thing too. It could be like kind of an in-between person who would do that, would steal a child or something to take a child for the debt, because maybe not part of the mafia, but maybe they owe the mafia.
That's called the mule or the runner. Because you got someone that delivers the drugs from the cartel to the dealer. That's your mule.
Yeah, you're some kind of in-betweener who owns or who, still part of the cartel, or I guess they would be part of the cartel. They'd just be a lower ranking.
Yeah. I mean,
well,
just like in a company, you got a janitor, right? A janitor in a company is like a runner. They do all the shit work. That's what a runner does. They'll even keister the drugs to get it across freaking the border.
Not sure of all the details, but she was really pretty from what I told. They essayed her for days. Oh my gosh.
But I just want everyone to be knowledgeable about that. It does work like that. And everyone talks to me like I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I do. But
no, it makes sense to me. I mean, that part, if they're going to need their money and they're going to want to try to take money out of you, they're going to threaten to take your child, or they're going to hold your child hostage.
Exactly. Because that child is the most valuable possession you have if you've got nothing else to take.
Yeah, hold hostage until you come up with the money or something. And kind of like
as much as Don said that he loved his daughter and that she loved him and this, that, and the other, you think that YouTube's the only people he told that to?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And usually a daughter is a father's most valuable possession anyway. A father would kill for his daughter, right? a normal father. So
A
if
lot
it
of
was he,
fathers were, yeah.
yeah, if it was him that owed the debt, well, we'll take his daughter. She's his most valuable possession in the normal world.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just reading the comments and stuff. This
That's
summer
okay. I'll drop down.
no, you're fine. I even had a distant cousin who was kidnapped and kept in a hotel for days in the 80s. She was never right after that. She has had a life of mental illness. Oh wow, was she kidnapped by the cartel? He said you would sell your soul for it. Yep, he did say that. Don did say something like that.
And most addicts will. So I'll drop down.
Okay, come back up if you feel like it. Um, the cartel wouldn't give Don money or a high amount of drugs. You wouldn't think so, but I guess he claims to have been doing it for since the 70s. He claimed to have been in prison with a guy. That's how he got connected, supposedly. I imagine a lot of people are connected that way through prison. You know, because the way they do prisons, and they're shipped to different prison. People are shipped to different prisons in the state. Yeah, if you hit exclamation TikTok, I need to put something on. I've been really bad about keeping up with it. I told myself I was going to do stuff every day on my social medias, and I haven't been. If anybody wants to help with content, feel free to send me stuff to post, because if you are bored and want to make something. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes the truth is just people don't like the truth, and it is hard. I understand. Um, why people say not to say anything. I mean, we don't have to say certain names or whatever. It's just that it does seem like there's some type of connection to a group like that. But most take drugs over their family. Are you on social media? Or like, do you have a social media presence or something, or do you sell product online? Truth is that in this case is way worse than what that Scottish guy said. Somebody was saying they wanted that top dog guy to come up and tell their theory. I mean, the link is pinned if he wanted to. Anybody can come up. Yeah, they learn a lot and meet a lot of people in prison. Learn a lot of not so good things, probably. So this is why, you guys, think about it. This is why Summer's been missing for 2 years. We don't have any answers. What could it possibly be? Why do we have no answers still? Possibly it's bigger than anything Hawkins County. Maybe it's too big for Hawkins counties. I know that TBI is supposed to be over it, though. So hopefully, I don't know. Yeah, right, because Hawkins County is not even investigating it at all anymore. Oh, oopsies. Did that. Okay. Hello.
Hi, Ziggy.
How's it going?
All right. Am I doing this right?
Yeah.
I've never done it before, so.
Oh, cool. Well, thanks for coming up.
Hi, I'm
Yeah.
Lynn. I've been watching you for a long time. I've never been on anybody's panel.
Really? So what do you
Yeah.
think about all
I'm
this?
wondering, what I'm really wondering about is, do you remember when Don and them were trying to raise $10,000? Do you think that they might need that money to get Summer back?
I'm trying to remember. When do you guys?
When,
I'm sure
when Don?
I'm watching chat. Somebody will remind me exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, well, I think it was when Don first got out of jail. They were trying to raise $10,000. They said it was for a lawyer to get their kids or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. They say,
yeah. And the one comment that he had made a long time ago about, we just got her back. Those kind of things always sat in my head.
oh, yeah, but that was when he was talking to me, and there was a time period where my daughter was staying with my mom, and I think he was talking about my daughter, like he was talking hypothetically.
Oh.
I don't know. So, and I had to say that because I'm trying to be, I try to be, and that's something I had to tell everybody. That was something I didn't even really talk about on my channel. I had talked to Don about it privately because I was trying to get him to open up to me and stuff. So I told him a little bit about my life, and I ended up having to talk about on my YouTube channel, though, about my daughter and that situation because I wanted to explain to people, be transparent, and for people to understand what Don was saying at that time. Now, I do think he's involved in some way, so I'm not making any type of excuses for him, but I'm just trying to also, I want to know, like, the truth. Like,
oh, yeah, me too.
Truth, like, so that I can. So it's important to know actually true info. So if I figure out something that's not exactly true, I like to let people know. Bushi asks, Ziggy, can you please show Electronic Medium's last live on Summer? I feel it's important. How long is it? I mean, a lot of people here, I'd have to probably do that on my other channel.
It's
maybe,
me, Ziggy.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Uh-oh, his devices are not connected now, it says. So he'll probably jump up.
It's not going to be that crazy guy, is it? The one from the other night?
Oh, no. This guy is not crazy. It's RJ. He's cool.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe Don sold Summer. He's too selfish to share Summer. Candace might have. It was right. Could Candace do something like that to get back at Dawn for something? I don't. That's some people's theories as well. Let's see. RJ.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Bushi. Well, is that something that she recently posted, like here recent? Let me see. I'm gonna write it down so I can. because I like electronic medium anyways. So, um,
The last time I think Electronic Medium did anything on Summer was about a week ago.
just don't like. I mean, the psychic stuff over here because people. But if it's only 5 minutes, I guess.
I used to watch her until she quit putting stuff up, so I just deleted it.
I don't. The last live you say? Did she say last live or last video?
The last video was about a week ago. I believe it was pre-recorded.
She said the last. What did her super chat say? I don't know. Can you type it again? I don't see the video. And I don't see one that's that short. It's a lot longer. Unless let's see. Yeah, it's 18 minutes. I can't watch something that's 18 minutes. No. Sorry. I thought you said it was how many minutes? How many minutes did you say?
Why can't you just tell us what it was, what it said? That'd be easier.
Oh, RJ is not a retired detective.
No, I have nothing to do with law enforcement. Again. No.
Yeah, but Justin, it's not just those three. You think it's just those three involved and that's it and nobody else? There has to be somebody they handed her off to, or
somebody else has to know something.
They had to have sold her to somebody. Who did they sell her to, or who did they trade her to? Who did they give her to? You know what I mean? It's a bigger story than just Dawn and Candace.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll ever tell.
Yes. Unless you can tell me like a timestamp, that would be good.
Yes, Shannon. I live in Hawkins County. I don't hide that from anybody. It's just I live approximately within 10-mile radius of Ben Hill Road. I'll leave it like that.
Ooh.
Yeah, damn. Why? What's going on with Jody? Hold on.
She's talking about somebody's talking about her kids or something.
Let me look.
But that was posted not long ago. Now, to me, it looks like the same song and dance. No more loopholes now. No more loopholes. So I received this not long ago.
Oh, it has to do with her and Andy drama and custody. It looks like,
Mm.
and they're trying to, because she found a post that Andy's wife posted. It says, looking for pro bono attorney for a child custody case. I live 3 hours from Crossville and working part-time. So she was just showing that.
As far as I'm aware, Tennessee does not provide, unless there's pending criminal charges, pro bono lawyers for civil or family court.
Yeah, wouldn't they just get an advocate or something?
Right. They would get an advocate appointed, and that just somebody that could be somebody that's a court clerk. That could be somebody that is a liaison for CPS. That could be or another advocacy program that's the equivalent of CPS that does work with the courts. That's all that is.
Sorry, I was checking into something here. They've changed things on YouTube, and it's really confusing. Like they've changed the way, the look, the setup, and I can't find, like, I don't see the descriptions anymore. Under the videos, like you can't see a description or anything. Does anybody open a laptop? And they've changed it. I hate it.
I use my desktop, but I've had the same issue.
Huh?
I use my desktop, but I've had the same issue.
Did you just notice it today?
Mm-hmm.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it. And I don't use the word hate. And I really just, like, I don't know why it doesn't look. There was something I was going to look up, or that I needed from my YouTube, and I just freaking forgot. Like in my back office or something, but I can't remember. Damn it. Oh, I think I know who I was. Okay, never mind. My bad.
I thought I was bad.
So somebody's giving you a timestamp in the chat there. I'm guessing it's for the electronic medium video.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you. One second. So she said about 10 minutes. That's a lot better. We'll watch 10 minutes in.
28.
And first of all, I was looking all over for this next clip, and thanks to the interview room and Chris McDonough, and thank you to Justin for all. Please, I hope neither one of you strike me for using this tiny portion of this clip, but it's important. Let's take a listen.
What should happen to someone who took away your daughter?
So this is a live stream that Justin Farrell just recently did in August 2023, looking back at an interview that Chris McDonough did from The Interview Room, who is another channel here on YouTube, which was an amazing interview, but it was done back in 2021, and we're going back and taking a look now, so let's take a listen. By the way, just in case there's someone who doesn't know out there, this is an interview where Chris McDonough is asking Don Wells, the father of Summer, what do you think should happen to the person who has taken your daughter?
What do you think should happen? I have to leave it to God, you know, and I know what prison's like, and I have mercy for anybody who's in prison, because you're lucky if you get out of there alive.
Yeah.
Anyway. So would you want to see this person in prison?
He's got out there many times.
I don't know if I could do that, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Right, because in my opinion, he's protecting another family member, guys. He's protecting another family member, and it's not Candace, in my opinion.
No, it just depends on all the circumstances, you know. What if it was an accident? Well, you know, that's different, you know. and accidents happen, you know.
Right.
Uh,
And could this have been an accident?
I have no idea.
I'm starting to wonder if Don wasn't there that day, if he would have been there that day, if the outcome to all of this would have been different. Just wondering.
I know if Candace, you know,
Maybe he
had an
was there.
accident or something, she'd call the authorities right away.
Right.
I know that she's not devious like that. She's a good person.
I believe you.
She wants to be a good person.
And
She
you know,
wants to, you
and
know,
Don,
yeah.
I told you.
And here we go with Dawn. Candace wants to be a good person, but she's not really a good person. And I have 7 alibis, and Candace has none. She's going down, popping her in the eye, throwing her under the bus. Dawn, just stop.
He says, "Oh my gosh, it's it's an accident." And so, what did each of your sons tell you?
Well, one time me and Josie, he just started crying. I don't even remember what I said to him or what. And he says, "Dad, it's not my fault." You know, and he was crying. I said, "I know, son. I know it's not your fault. I'm sorry." And I don't even remember what I said to him or what. I felt bad. We ain't been the same. We ain't gonna be the same. We ain't been the same. We ain't gonna be the same.
Do you guys remember during the live stream, Don mentioning something about his boys living the high life, living high on the hog, or living high off the hog while him and Candace are struggling? Do you remember that? Let's look at this next clip. This is from my channel, but it's Marissa talking to Dawn Wells and Candace from November 2021.
Do you think it's possible that her mom had something to do with the abduction? And that's just a question.
No.
That's not an accusation. No.
No, because I would kill the bitch.
So this is a little bit contradictory to what we heard before when Chris McDonough was asking, what do you want to see happen to the person that took Summer? Do you want to see them in jail? And he was like, oh, I don't know. You know,
Sorry, I got up and I know electronic medium, like we're cool, we're friends, so I know she is fine with me playing this. I'm going to continue playing it. Thanks for telling us about it. The part here where he says I would kill the bee, that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, considering she was always afraid of him, we heard.
Well, I mean, I'm just like, that just shows though that if Candace did something, and like maybe it is possible that Candace did something and Dawn doesn't know, I guess. I don't know, just another theory.
I don't think Candace actually fears Dawn. I think that Candace has a mean streak to her that she tries to hide very well. If you go back and look at her history of police involvement, criminal history,
Right.
she's actually done some very, very violent things, pulling a gun, a pew-pew, on a police officer.
I agree with that.
Or I'm sorry, wasn't it a police officer? I believe it was actually a CPS worker. That's a violent act.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's not as innocent as she tries to play.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad thing, pointing a gun at somebody. I mean,
especially a state worker, whether or
Right.
not they're law
Crazy,
enforcement
man.
or they're another department.
that's ballsy, like, I don't know. You're going to be going to prison. You're going to be going to jail and get arrested, but she still did it. And what if
Right.
she would? Anyways, go ahead.
No. I'm just saying I don't buy in, and I never did buy into the whole idea that she is such a I've put out my story, my history on my channel about coming from an abusive family. If somebody's a victim of abuse, they have my sympathy. I know. I understand what it's like.
Me too.
Yeah, and that's why
She-
sometimes I catch myself feeling sorry for her. And
She does. She doesn't strike me as the victim that she wants everybody to believe, or that they're trying to portray. But I also agree with what some Justin had said in your chat here, that he doesn't believe that Don was home, or or excuse me, he believes Don was at home on the June 15th, and it's
I
something.
think he was at some point. At some point, I don't think he was at work all day. There's no way. He might have gone back and forth, but
That's something I've said as well. But he had the proof of it was from Don's own mouth, saying that he gave Summer permission to climb up on the roof of the house to play with the boys.
Yeah, who does that?
Well, let's forget about the who does that. It's that he told everybody that he was at home on the 15th to give Summer permission to do so.
Oh, gotcha.
yeah, he basically is telling on himself when he's saying he told Summer that she could play on the roof with the boys. Yeah, I saw that, what Justin had shown in that article. I don't know why I had never noticed, why I hadn't seen that quote before. Had you known about this quote?
I've heard about it before, but I never thought about it.
No, I mean with RJ, have you known it for a while? Because I just saw that was the first time I heard of him saying that he.
I always said it as he was known to take 2 and 3 hour lunches, siestas, basically, and he would go home in that time frame. And I've always said that I believe there was a portion of the day that he was at home.
Mm-hmm.
And then I believe that he went to work in the morning, but I honestly don't believe, I believe his intentions in the afternoon were to go to Knoxville.
Really? And so you do believe there was something with Knoxville?
On the 15th, absolutely. I believe he had planned a trip to Knoxville on that day. And
thank you, One Love. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. And that apologies, I'm not being as smooth as I can be. The trip to Knoxville was interrupted. He was actually going to go for a fix. And he got halfway there and had to come back.
Where did you hear this from? Or is this part of a theory?
It's part my theory, but it's rumor.
Oh, okay.
That I've heard. It's rumor that I've heard it from a few different people.
Part theory, part hearsay.
Yeah, I'll admit to that. Yeah.
How come Candace drove Grandma's truck and not Don's truck? If he had the red car, where was the truck?
Good question. I don't know.
If you want to really want to know,
go ahead. Yeah.
If you really want to know what I think, there was a vehicle exchange that happened during the day. Both trucks left that morning. But when they took when Candy got done at the hospital, they went down to having one truck. It's why the horse farm.
You think the truck was parked somewhere?
Right. That's what the horse stable people said.
Right. Exactly. It's exactly where I'm going. And this is why you have the horse stable, the people at the horse stable saying that there was that one of their vehicles was parked there for the majority of the day.
Oh my God. Are you freaking serious? I never heard that. No.
Wow.
So besides the vehicle, besides the what they were driving that day, what Candace was driving that day, you're saying another one of the Wells vehicles were parked up at the Warriors, up at Warriors for a majority of the day on the 15th?
I'm saying, yes, I am saying one of the vehicles, per the horse stables employees, said that one of their vehicles was parked at the horse pond, for the lack of a better word. That there was one of the vehicles that the Wells drove was parked there for the majority of the day.
Wow. Okay, so that is like very interesting.
Well, I heard about that when you guys were down there, when all you guys had like different spots you guys were holding the vigil things at, the anniversary thing.
Yeah.
That's when I heard about it.
I was going to say it came out about that time. That sounds about right. I don't remember the exact date.
I wonder if they have any. You think they have any type of video surveillance around that area? I wonder if law
the
enforcement
stables do.
I hope they got some video surveillance of Don leaving that or driving that truck there or something.
The stables have security cameras on the stables. And the area around there, because there's 2 parking areas by the stables. If you were to go up and to the right of the stables, there's a parking area up there, but there's the main parking area that's part of the Warriors Path Park, closer to where they were where Summer was swimming.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, one second. I'm trying to remember this person's username. Thank you for the PayPal. Thank you for supporting the channel. Who was it that said that? I don't want to say your real name. I freaking forget. I know the name though. Sorry. Okay. I wanted to say that, but that is, I don't know why that's either something I don't even recall that at all. So I don't think I've ever even came across that information ever. And just like, I don't think I ever knew that information about hearing about a Warriors stable person witnessing one of their vehicles over there. I wonder if it was the white truck. You would think that they would have asked them if it was a white truck.
They never publicly identified what vehicle was, but they said that there was a vehicle that belonged to the Wells parked there all day. It showed up with them, and then it remained there the whole day. But the story about Summer going swimming was not that she was swimming all day. It was just a brief amount of time.
Mm-hmm. But see, I'm wondering, was there 2 of their vehicles there at one point? Like, was that vehicle parked there and left there, like,
decoy
for Dawn to drive to later for like kind of an exchange? I don't know how, but I don't know. Did his white truck need to be over there somewhere? And he borrowed a vehicle from work? I don't know. I don't know how they would have all done this, but if there was, I felt like he took his truck somewhere that day too, and it was parked somewhere. I felt that, but I thought it would be parked by his work.
No,
like,
it was.
Oh,
I personally believe this is an I personally believe statement that when Candy went to the hospital that morning, they left and they went to the hospital in 2 vehicles, and because because Candy was put in a brace. Remember, she had to have help with the brace when they got back home.
Yeah.
That she didn't feel comfortable driving, and there was a change of vehicles, meaning that they went from 2 vehicles to 1 vehicle. Nobody's mentioned that they went back and picked up a vehicle later in the day or anything like that, but I believe that is what happened, that they had to go from 2 vehicles down to 1 vehicle.
Well, it just is interesting because I feel like so Don looks like he was at work. I feel like he left one of his, well, that means he would have to, now see, my theory was he left his truck at work and then he would borrow one of the company trucks to leave or something like that. That was my theory. So I guess that this doesn't go along with my theory. That's interesting, though. I
There's
think
so
there's
many
something
weird
like
things.
that.
I'm sorry.
What'd you say, Linz?
I said there's just so many weird things with this case. It's anything's possible.
I think it's almost like an Occam's razor type of deal, where you have to just boil this down to the most simplest explanation. And even though what I'm saying with the exchange of cars may be on a little bit on the outside or outskirts of what others may have not or have looked at in the past, in reality, I think that really does fit right in line with everything else that I believe happened that day.
Wow. Did you see that?
What Texas Brat Rat said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never heard that one.
But there's nothing, it's not really, I don't think that he can really get in trouble for what was said in those text messages, guys. I mean, he's allowed to talk. He's just, I don't know if they really want him talking about the Summer Wells case, really, but because of that, what happened with that video call. I don't know. We'll see, I guess, if Daisy, I don't know what Daisy's fucking problem is.
That woman's something else, I'm telling you.
Okay, let me go ahead and finish playing this video here.
Can't really do that. It's kind of like when somebody talks crap about your family, right? I can talk crap about my own brother, but if somebody else does it, you're in trouble, right? I can, complain about my parents, but if somebody else does it, it's not going to happen, right? So let's keep listening.
And I'll kill any bitch for taking my daughter. And anybody, if I find out who took my daughter, I will kill them.
I don't blame
I promise you.
I can
And if
understand.
I thought that,
I'd kill them
he would
too.
already be dead. I'm not a killer, but when it comes to my daughter, I will become a killer. I've never wanted to kill or hurt anybody in my entire life until now. You have to understand that. And if you think for 1 minute that my mother-in-law has something to do with it, she wouldn't even come back here. I would kill that bitch. I will kill anybody, man, woman, man. I don't give a damn. Over my daughter, you fucking rise. Crazy. Have you ever heard any bullshit like this in your entire fucking life? I'm not allowed to talk to my fucking boys about my daughter. What the kind of shit's that?
That's crazy. Why not?
I've never even. Right? How do you process it? How do you deal with it? I had to sneak the other day when I was with Josie. I had to sneak and talk to him. I had to sneak and talk to him about his sister. I can't believe this shit. I can't even talk to my sons about their fucking own sister. What the?
In a moment, we're going to go back and take a look at some of the spirit answers that we heard very early on in this case. But my question here is, as a parent, if there was an accident in the home between siblings, between your children, and you were trying to protect your other child, what would you do? Obviously, if it was just an accident, it's better to pony up, handle it right away. But what if it wasn't so much of an accident? What if your other children were intentionally just too rough or hit her too hard? Or, I don't know. What do you guys think? Just leave me a comment. Summer. We need to know where Summer Wells is. Spirits. Are you here and can you help us find Summer? Summer? Summer, it's me. Are you still close by your house, honey? Where are you? Did you say you're in the woods? I gotta listen back to that. Tell us what happened, Summer. Keep talking. I can hear you, baby. did your mom or your dad do something to you? Can you say yes or no? Did you get in the car with a stranger, Summer? Did something happen?
I just got a knocking Summer over. That's funny.
You want my gun? No, shoot us!
So just for you just said, well, she accidentally scrolled too far in her screenshots and showed a screenshot of Dawn's new cell phone number. So she had to end her live and delete it. Oh, geez. Yeah, I know. That's why you have to decipher through cipher through. Am I saying that right? Anyways, I feel like I'm saying the wrong word. Through what Dawn says because there's probably a little bit of truth in all the lies.
Absolutely.
There's electronic medium. Frank White was at that fair.
I want to say that was probably Gray Fairgrounds.
Yeah, it sounded like he said, I just caught Summer, or I just caught your brother knocking over Summer.
And it was funny.
Yeah, he was like,
if that's the fair that happens in Gray, that would have been, ironically, for her age, about 3 years ago to the date, because the fair is happening down in Gray right now. It ends tomorrow night.
Didn't somebody say Candace was at the fair the other night?
Didn't you say what, Lens?
Didn't somebody say that Candace was at the fair the other night?
Oh.
And she was laughing and having fun, saying she was looking for Summer. So that's kind of ironic that you just said the fair was there.
Yeah. The Gray Fairgrounds is probably the biggest of all the fairs that happen in this area. The Kingsport one, which happened, was it earlier this month? And then there's another one that will happen. I believe it's Hawkins Counties that will happen in about 2 or 3 weeks. But the one down in Johnson City Gray area is the biggest of the three. Yes, they will occasionally have concerts down there. It's more of a 4-H fair than anything else that happens down there. But they do have carnival rides and things like that, games and things like that as well.
Yep. Somebody says, y'all remember them saying that Josie was having major anger issues and puberty issues. Yeah, Josie went through some issue, he was the oldest and experienced the most trauma, I'm sure. Well, I don't know that. I can't say, I don't know. We don't know what's happened to Summer. So I don't know. I guess I can't say who experienced the most trauma, but he is the oldest and has probably seen a lot.
Oh, I'm sure.
Been through a lot. And unfortunately, he should have been taken out of that home many years prior. It's too bad because he was, I think he was like 12. He was almost,
yeah.
He was a little older, not older, but old enough that he's going to have bad habits or bad scene. It's going to be hard, I'm sure.
Yeah, because look at Don's other son, who he didn't get raised with him either.
Mm-hmm. Grimace is also in the carnival for a time. There's no proof Jay did anything if he didn't. Oh, yeah. That's not what I was getting at. I didn't mean it like that. I don't know. I don't know. See, that's a very touchy subject when you get to talking about the kids and stuff.
Yeah.
Their probability. I didn't mean it like that, but I meant it like he's gonna have behavioral problems for sure.
Yeah, but you also know, I was abused growing up too, and I was with somebody who abused me that I had 2 children with. I kind of followed in my mother's footsteps, but before I was a teenager, I didn't know that that was wrong. I didn't feel like that was wrong until I got older and then I started to see that what was happening to me was wrong, so they might not even know any different. I mean, I'm sure they do now, but
see, and that's where the empathy, where some people have a problem with empathy pertaining to. Oh, sorry, I just received an email. Sorry. Sometimes I catch myself feeling bad for like Don, thinking, well, that means he probably, if he was doing that when he was a kid, then he must have been getting abused, and it makes. I'm like, is that even fair? Because did he have a chance? But I think that as he continued these crimes past, like a lot of times, kids, the fact that he continued, he would have known from friends and people being around people that was not okay. By the time he was,
you would think.
I just don't like to make excuses for him or anything, but I do, like, in a way, I have a bad habit of empathy. Like, I empathize with like basically everybody except it's hard for me to freaking empathize with a child predator. Besides the fact that they have to be really messed up and have had to have a lot of horrible things happen to them.
Right.
But I still don't want them out in society.
It still doesn't, excuse what's happening now.
It's my opinion that the door, drugs, money were involved. From a door, drugs and money were involved. Yeah. You guys do know that the bottom half of that house didn't used to have those stairs going down there, right? I don't think so. I think you had to go outside to get down in the bottom part of the house at one point.
Didn't Laura say or Fred say that there used to be a different side of the house that they tore down?
Yeah. Well, yeah. And actually somebody else was saying that. Dawn was saying that on panel just a couple of days ago. And that's, I would assume was very true because Fred said the same thing. Or no, it wasn't Dawn that said it. It was somebody else saying that. Oh, Jody Sue. So Jody Sue had definitely spent time over there at that hill because she knew how the house looked beforehand. So did Fred. And they both said they didn't understand why he tore down the best part of the house because I guess there used to be a really cool part of the house and Dawn tore down the best freaking part of the house and left the crappiest, I guess.
Right. There's been a lot of upgrades and over the course of time that house has been built. And from what I can tell, it's never been permitted construction work. And the reason you can tell that is the value of the house has never changed, or it changes very, very little because they can't include anything that is not permitted work.
Huh. See, and that makes me wonder that, I don't know, think what kind of, just like how Fred said he one time saw the the boys down there in that bottom part of the house, like no clothes, down in the basement by himself, like with hardly anything. And because he was looking in the window, he's like knocking on the door. And I wonder what freaking things happen in that area, especially if the stairs weren't there. Were they having strange people, you know, putting a kid down there and having? Yeah, I don't even want to freaking.
You have Jose making that story, that information very viable, because it's Jose that put out there that he when he was there, they had to chase Summer a few times running around off of the hill being 110 Ben Hill, and running around either on Ben Hill Road or on Beach Creek Road, and she wasn't wearing any clothes.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to infer that this wasn't unusual behavior, and it definitely was not unusual behavior for the parents either.
What, to walk out there naked?
Yeah. The whole idea of her doing all of a sudden doing laundry on June 15th is just it's odd to me.
Yeah. It is odd, that's for sure. I don't know how else to say it, but just odd. And there's so many odd things that day that just doesn't make sense. I think there's a lot of people working together. That I think there's a lot of people involved in some really bad stuff in that area. I'm not saying that this just happens to Hawkins County. This can happen, and it's just that this area is secluded. It's kind of like the perfect area for some weird stuff to be going down because it's so secluded. Yeah. So just and with all those people, like Sherfy was there. He's an offender. Frank Light kind of is hanging out around the area. Then there's a lot of them. It's kind of it just makes you wonder what kind of, if there's some kind of ring, or if all these people know about what happened to Summer and they just can't talk because it would get them in trouble because they're a part of this ring. They either put up with it or they are do their weird stuff that traffickers do, I guess, or whatever I don't know if they'd be called traffickers, really. I don't know. Trafficking means they would have to be
snitches get stitches.
Willing participants in this particular case.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I was trying to think of what makes it trafficking.
Trafficking could be anything, anything that can be related to the. I'm trying. I just was reading about some information the other day.
It just means
my last live.
Mm-hmm.
There was I'm sorry, I'm jogging my memory, forgive me. So
no, you're fine.
The definition of human trafficking is the exchange of okay, so think of it, let's make it the most simplest I can do so. You know how harassment is a exchange of a power over somebody?
Yeah. Okay, by using, yeah.
Right. So basically, human trafficking is that, but in a physical form. There you go. You have the definition right on the screen.
Mm-hmm. I just got it up there. I was just trying to decide how they would decide to charge somebody with trafficking, or if it would be like or if it would be like a sex, like when they're just charged with trafficking, or if they're charged with SA, just regular SA. I guess they would have to be, trafficking would have to be like helping helping with the process, I guess.
Oh,
And
yeah.
probably a lot of the people that, I'm sure pretty much every single person that helps in it participates, right? Or maybe not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Co-conspirator.
Yeah. So human trafficking can be anything from illegal persons crossing the border through associated related activities, and it can include a payment for debt, an exchange for debt.
An exchange. There has to be an exchange. Yeah.
Oh, and anybody, I apologize. Please let me know. I am watching chat. If anybody hears thunder and it's too loud, please let me know. Finally, we're getting a thunderstorm going through my area, and I can mute, close the window, anything you need to be. But my goodness, it's finally a break that we need it in my area.
Yeah. Probably cool down. It's been really hot here. I wish it would rain now because I have to mow the yard again, and I don't want the grass wet, but I want it to cool down. So, anyways,
you can come here. We just had storms.
Pizza and Pod said, Nate. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say it hit 95 degrees today, and over the next couple of days, it's actually going to go down into the 70s here. So for the high, so we've got to have some thunderstorms come through.
We had them 2 nights in a row.
Yeah, I'm not going to get out there and mow at 95 degrees when I have to push mow in a straight amount of yards. So, but anyways, Pizza and Pod said Naked Pics this summer was at Don's work. It was at 110 Ben Hill building, the addition. Huh? Wasn't. Oh, you're saying Naked Pics this summer wasn't at Dawn's work. It was at 110 Ben Hill building. I never heard they found naked pictures of her at 110.
Yeah, I never
I've never heard naked pictures.
There was a camera found. They found they took a camera into evidence, but we don't know what was on that camera. Right? I mean, we've heard about this camera supposedly early on, but it's never really been spoke about much since because it was just evidence and we don't know what was on it. Yeah, it should receive death. It does sentence Sweet D, and that if they can prove absolute sexual abuse of a child, then I agree. Let's see here. Somebody sent me something else to check out here.
You have a channel, RJ?
I'm sorry?
You have a channel?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to subscribe to you. I'm enjoying your conversation.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, he's pretty level-headed.
Yeah, that's what the demeanor. I like the demeanor of him.
I don't go live a lot. I've actually been making content related to Evelyn Boswell, Summer Wells, and a few other.
Sorry, go ahead.
And a few other missing kid cases, stories or information, but I when I do, it's Ziggy. Ziggy's been there. Ziggy's heard me. The information I put out there is solid.
Well, you seem pretty solid, so yeah, I'm definitely gonna subscribe to you. I'm glad I got the chance to, yeah.
He tries to put out just fact. I try to too, and I correct it if I find out it's wrong. But we do theorize here on my channel, and
yeah, I like it.
Oh no, nice. I'll talk about my theory as well, or what I believe happened. But I keep it centered on what makes the most sense.
Yeah.
type of deal. What I believe all the evidence is really pointing at, and I could be 100% wrong, and the detectives are looking in a completely different direction. But to me, what the information we know, what I talk about on my channel, makes probably the most sense to me.
So, yeah, somebody sent me a clip and said, remember this? Why do they need to talk to Cher's papa, who was in prison for murder? Okay, yeah, let's listen to this.
We kind of need your dad's input.
Yeah.
Your dad, we kind of need your dad right now.
Yeah.
I
Maybe kind of scare you guys to stay quiet. I just want to, you don't have to answer anything, just say either Moshe, we're okay, or
they've been trying to split us up, actually.
that's fucked up. Oh, because they think that if they do that, then one of you will turn on each other.
So see, we kind of need your dad's input.
Yeah.
Your dad, we kind of need your dad right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe kind of scare you guys to stay quiet. I just want to, you don't have to answer anything, just say either Moshe, we're okay, or
they've been trying to split us up, actually.
that's fucked up. Oh, because they think that if they do that, then one of you will turn on each other.
So see, we kind of need your dad's input.
Yeah.
Your dad, we kind of need your dad right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is pretty weird to me because Cher's dad was in prison for murder. I think second degree or something. He's got out, so it must have been, I don't know, manslaughter or something. Anyways, he was arrested. He was in prison for unaliving somebody. Okay, but he did get out due to some kind of circumstances. I don't know at the moment, but this is interesting to hear that Don wants advice from somebody who was in prison for unaliving somebody because he felt at this time, this would have been a while ago. This would have been is an old clip towards the beginning. It sounds like they were trying to separate them, get them to break up because they thought one would turn on the other if they separated them. Well, I guess that hasn't worked, has it? Because they have been separated. He went to jail and she was separated and still didn't do the right thing. He didn't do the right thing. Neither of them did. If one of them knows something on the other one, that would have been the perfect opportunity, but neither of them did it. And especially if Candace knew something about Dawn and if she's scared about getting away because she has never had a job in her life really, or she wouldn't be able to take care of herself, or, well, if she would have done that, there would be so many people who would make sure that she had what she needed. If she did the right thing and told on Dawn, if she knew something and she just had knowledge, I think a lot of people would help her out. Even though it should have been done a long time before now, but I don't know so much anymore.
Yeah, because look at how many people helped her while Don was in jail.
Yeah. Well, and when she was saying Kathy's best opportunity, the best she's been doing, best she's ever looked in the last 2 years. And Kathy is the one that said that Dawn is still running cocaine to this day, still running drugs.
I wouldn't doubt it.
That's interesting, that once again, the mafia or the cartel has came up again, or that type of gang activity. Probably people are probably right. Maybe I shouldn't mention people like specifically or whatever. And it is scary stuff. I mean, it's a little scary stuff.
of all things she's ever said about anything related to Summer Wells or the Wells at all, that is the one thing I would agree with.
What? What's that?
That he's running again.
Oh, running drugs? You think
Yes.
that?
Oh yeah, he was doing it before. It was
he
part of
really
it.
in Miami recently?
After he got out of jail? Yes, he was.
Really?
I don't remember the exact dates or anything like that off the top of my head, but yes, he was down in Miami.
There's
He
a
was
major
also
court-
he was also in Arkansas, and I believe I want to say Texas as well. And he, as well as going back to Utah, but the trips to Miami, Arkansas, and to Texas, he was actually trying to make some connections that he had before. If you understand what I'm hinting at.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the perfect area down there to do it in Texas and Texas and Arkansas, or where'd you say? Arizona? Arkansas?
Arkansas and Miami. From my
Miami.
understanding, he was trying to make connections he had before back together. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, he's on probation. He's not supposed to be. They should put I can't believe they haven't put a monitor on him to at least like monitor. I mean, I guess they have no right to do that, huh? Because he has no charges or
Yeah, as long
anything.
as he checks in, I guess.
So I guess they don't have a right.
Yeah.
You know, and just like they don't have a right to tell. I saw Smokey Blue Days talking about they really technically don't have a right to tell Fred that he can't talk about Summer Wells unless it goes to court like a gag order. But I understand people's concerns, but Fred does occasionally mention things that he's like, okay, don't say this. And I try to honor that because I don't want to cause any problems for him. I don't. And then it is scary stuff. It is very scary stuff. But also with it being in the public like this, with public attention, maybe it will be good to, that way if something did happen to Fred, people know like they're going to probably get caught because a lot of people's eyes are on Fred. So it's kind of I understand. It's kind of like trying to, there's like a balance.
Yeah.
You have a couple of people asking me for proof in the chat, and I'm going to have to say, how is anybody going to prove that when nobody is going to admit to, except for what Don Wells says, which is quite often just open his mouth and stupid falls out.
Could it be Miami, Oklahoma? That's really, I saw somebody else saying Miami, Florida. I mean, I know he was born in Florida, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I'm telling you that there was not only just from Knoxville, he's had connections through for other locations. He's been it was the property itself has been commonly known to have a history of not only human trafficking happening on the property, going through the property, but also that was, if you follow my channel and you go back and watch videos, at one point in time, I called it a trading post or a horse farm. Think of the old days of how the post office actually began. That's what his property was known for. People would stop there, lay low for a day, and then move on.
Wow. What do you think about that travel center that Fred said was drawn on? He said it looked like a spaceship. What dam was that? Fort Henry Dam Travel Center? Do you know what he's talking about?
Patrick Henry Dam, which is or reservoir, which is no longer used. I'm sorry?
Is that what he means? But is that a gas station, a travel center? Is that a gas station or what is it?
No, this is this. Okay, so
Park.
let's see. I was in. Apologies, I'm thinking out loud. Kind of. About 8 years ago. They probably completed it about 6 years ago. There was a travel center built on I-81, which runs from Knoxville all the way through Bristol and goes up into Virginia. And it actually goes up into New York, I believe.
Mhm.
Anyway, they built locally. They built a travel center there, and it was to replace the travel center. That
And when you
you're
say
speaking
travel
of.
center, that's like a gas station, like a truck stop.
No, truck stop. Trucks can park there for the overnight.
Oh,
not a
you mean
problem.
like
It's
like
more of
ones
an
on the
information.
highway. Like a
It's-
rest area. A rest area?
It's more of an information center.
Oh, but it's kind of like a rest area too. Like it has a bathroom that's open 24 hours. Like
Yes.
you stop on the side. Okay. Which would be a hot spot for trafficking for sure.
Right. So it's more of an information center where you can go in there and you can find flyers or little cards or type
Yeah.
deal for different attractions along the highway and directions and
Yeah, like a welcome center. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
That it was replaced with that being built on 881.
Okay.
That's now what you were talking about. That drawing was talking about is now part of a park, part of the reservoir park that's there.
Okay. Do you think that would make sense? To a theory? Would that fit in a theory? Do you think that area would fit into your theory?
How far is that from Ben Hill Road?
Well,
That's actually like right on Fort Henry, which goes right through. If I remember, wait, no, I have to think about it. Wait a minute.
Thank you, Robert's girl, for becoming a Zixter. Appreciate you for supporting the channel. Thank you. Okay.
Give me a minute here.
Didn't there used to be a little truck stop cafe in Rogersville called Three Sisters? That sounds familiar. Hey, Sheba. Anyone goes from Knoxville east, 40 goes towards Nashville west.
Right.
And 26, 23 goes north to south.
Well,
Florida,
40,
New York.
40 actually goes through the mountains into North Carolina. From it goes both
North
ways.
Carolina, come on and raise up. Are you talking about 126? I don't know. 126. I don't know where oh, you mean I-26? Okay, I-26. You said I-26. I'm the one that said it wrong.
I-26 goes north-south basically through Kingsport and it stops at the Tennessee-Virginia border, but goes south.
Sheba, well, I'm just saying hi to you now. You know how space cadet I am. Like, I'm very spacey. So I probably did see you earlier. I only said hi to a few people today because I got started like pretty much right away as soon as I turn on the live. Let's see. Somebody else sent an email. Okay, what's this about? The next day, boys told police Summer went out the basement door. Here, let's see. Somebody sent me another clip to watch about. It is good to go over, old stuff because you remember things. Huh?
I say, yeah, because we forget about things and then we remember and then things go in place.
Or, yeah, even certain
makes
things.
more sense.
Even
Yeah.
certain things that are said that I've never even heard, like about the car being parked at Warriors for all day.
Yeah, and that's what made me think about where was the truck? Why did they drive Grandma's truck instead of Don's truck? Because Candace was driving.
I know. I wondered that same thing too. But I thought, wouldn't the Don's truck be smaller, or?
Yeah, maybe it was.
Or, I don't know. The white truck had a back seat too. It's an extended cab. I think they're both extended cabs.
Yeah, because he took the kids to work with him sometimes, so there'd be room.
Yes, this is a Zigmeister. This is she. It was all planned. Yes, it was definitely planned. I don't believe in an accident. I don't think it was an accident. I wish somebody would now ask law enforcement if they believe it was an accident.
Well, if you go by what the lab,
which I guess they wouldn't say that. Sorry.
If you go by what the lab said, I believe it was almost 2 months ago now, possibly a little bit longer, where he had actually an interview with offline with Don Wells. Don admitted that when he went to interview with the TBI FBI at the police station in an interrogation room, they had stacks of boxes and files, and it could be empty boxes, we don't know, empty file folders, we don't know. And they were trying to convince him at least, it was good to go for them to confess that it was an accident that's being covered up, and said these are all stacks of cases that of accidents to try to be covered up. So yeah, the police, at least the TBI, I'll say, was at the beginning was saying, it was believing, and it's possible they still believe that it was an accident that was covered up.
But see, I really, I think there's a higher chance that it was, at this point, I feel there's a much higher chance that it was planned. I really feel it was planned with all the weird things that happened around that time.
Mm-hmm.
The vehicles, vehicle taken, Andy supposedly on the road, but denying it. Just seeing the white HHR 3 days right before it could be nothing. Let's see, you guys tell me, let's think of weird things that made it seem planned. What are some things that made that day, the 15th, seem like it could have been planned? Those text messages I think Facebook messages, those were weird too, between H and Candace, that looked like they were done on the 15th, but they were really the 4th or something. That was strange.
I remember that.
Driving a certain vehicle seemed like a planning type thing.
What about this water park she was supposed to go to that day, and she didn't go?
So that was not that water park, the water park where they were not going that day. They were actually making plans to go on Friday.
Oh.
If I remember the date, it was like the 19th or the 20th. But they were planning to go Friday, because if you go back and listen to the interview with H, he tells you that he does say, but it's not very well pronounced, that it was Friday, because he had to get permission not only from his mom but from his PO.
Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't do it that day. They had to plan it for Friday.
I would like to see that, Michelle.
Why? Yeah, exactly, Top Dog. Why did Candace go to H's house after being interviewed to find out what was said? Exactly. why would she care? I mean, some people could think, oh, well, maybe there's some other illegal activities going on. Okay, maybe it could be. Maybe she was having an inappropriate relationship or with, somebody or something, or providing alcohol and drugs. Maybe she was scared of him telling the cops that. I don't know. Do you guys think it could be something else? Like she was afraid that H could have told him illegal things that she does do?
Could be. You don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah. Michelle asks, has anyone ever gotten someone from Tucker Drywall to do an interview to confirm Don's statements and timeline? Well, where was Dudley? Dudley was supposedly employed by Don himself, right? I don't know who he was. Don was working at the time.
Yeah, because that was in Jonesboro.
Working under him.
Right. So everybody, almost everybody for Tucker was, except for a handful of employees, was all subcontractors, and they partnered Dudley up with Don Wells.
No,
it's just weird that Don was responsible to pay him, though.
Yeah, that never made sense, because I believe he would have had. Now, again, and I believe, I don't think that they were splitting it like he said,
Yeah, why didn't they have two different checks?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But, to me, the biggest thing that constantly screams that if this is going to be, a well, or as best as they possibly could planned out thing, is Don's statement of it was 5:30.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he always says, "Oh, I keep forgetting. It was 6:30, not 5:30."
Mm-hmm. By the way, somebody asked or said earlier, which is correct, there was rumors swirling around that H's sister had a boyfriend who was a gang member or something like that. There was rumors of that. Who knows how true. I hope not. What was the other thing I was gonna, there was something else I had to say. Never mind. Well, thank you, Mission Possible. He said he or she said, I was pretty nasty when we first met. You even blocked me at one point. You've grown on me though, and I've been nice a long time. Well, thank you. That's why I unblock people like every once in a while, just to give them another chance, because sometimes like people rub us the wrong way, and then over time, our opinions changed. So I give people other chances if they sometimes. Most of the time, actually. Pretty much all the time.
Is this a video you're going to play?
Yes. Oh, yes. Thank you. Maybe that's what I was going to do. Okay.
No, there's a reason I'm asking, not to be rude or anything, but
I'm glad you reminded me.
I have a people were asking where this other visitor center was. I can show you on a map better than I can describe where it was, and I have it map ready for you if you want to take a look at that.
Oh, okay. Well, just remind me about that video. Okay. I'll forget about it. If somebody can. Anybody. Yeah, Dudley did hire, or Don did hire Dudley himself. He said so.
Hmm.
Okay.
All right. So this is there's two different locations I want to point out. The currently where the visitor center is in this general location over here. I'm not exactly sure. I can't point out. It's right off of I-26 or I-81, which is, this is 26, and I-81 is down here. I apologize. It's more like down this area. It's near the exit here. It's not far from this exit. However, the location that they're talking about with the Fort Henry, the location, visitor center, it's actually over here. This is where the dam is. And the visitor center was not far from where the dam is. It's right off of Fort Henry Drive, which runs up into Kingsport.
Very interesting.
Pretty much right through the center of Kingsport. But yeah, there's Kingsport.
Okay, sorry, I walked away while you were explaining that.
No, you're good.
I mean, I was listening in, but I took the opportunity to take a quick break.
You need your Diet Coke every once in a while, right?
Well, since I drink so much Diet Coke, I pee all the time. That's the main problem. But I'm dehydrated all the time too because I don't drink enough water because I'm just drinking Diet Coke. I need to really get out of that habit. I wish I could break it because I'd save a lot of money, that's for sure.
With as hot as it has been, and it's here, I've been drinking a lot of water myself, so you don't have to explain.
Oh yeah, I can feel it. I can tell I'm dehydrated. And my legs cramp up, the Charlie horses. I get those like
you eat
so
bananas
often because I'm dehydrated and I could just drink water, but
bananas will help your legs.
Yeah, true.
Bananas or
The last
yams?
time we got bananas,
Sweet
we're
potatoes.
still getting rid of the fruit fly. Right, RJ? We're still getting rid of those dang fruit flies.
Sweet potatoes.
It's not as bad, but
Having sweet potatoes, if you like potatoes or sweet potatoes, having sweet potatoes will actually is more powerful or stronger with than a banana will do.
Oh wow.
It tastes better to me.
Yep, for me too.
Olive juice. The horse wasn't buried the same day. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just reading comments. What do you mean? What horse? What did she mean? Wait,
all right. Well, I'm going to step down, Ziggy. I appreciate you having me up here.
You
I
broke
really
your,
enjoyed it.
You broke your panel cherry.
Yes, I did. Thank you so much.
You're no longer so now. If you just talk, and it's easier if you just like pay attention. If you just talk like you're on the phone, it's
much easier. Much easier. Yeah.
And then
I enjoyed it. And RJ, I'll be subscribing to you. And thank you so much for the great conversation.
Is your name in the chat? Is it Lynn's in the chat as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, it's
Just
Lindsay
wanted to-
Taylor.
Okay, just so I could look out for you. Okay, cool.
All right.
Well,
thank you so much.
See you soon.
Have a good night.
You too.
I don't think you ever shared my screen for the map, but
Yeah, I did.
you did.
I was sitting here watching it. Yes.
Oh, okay. No, for some reason it was to me. It didn't. I don't know. StreamYard is acting
Did you
up a
guys
little
see
bit on
his
me.
map? Did you guys see his map? If not, we're gonna. They make a spray magnesium absorbs. Oh, really?
The problem with the low magnesium is that actually drinking soda,
Mm-hmm.
the phosphorus or something like I don't remember what it is in soda will actually stop the magnesium from being absorbed and can affect also potassium. Potassium and magnesium are like are linked together with absorbing into your body. So and soda actually stops that from happening. So okay, so again, I do see people saying that to show the map again. It is showing right now. Mm-hmm. This is in this general area right here, off of Fort Henry Drive, is where the dam for Fort Patrick Henry Lake is, or the reservoir. This is where the visitor center was also at what they're referring to as being drawn on the wall.
Show us in relation to where Ben Hill is.
So I'd have to do a different map. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Not
never mind. If you can't just go zoom in or out to kind of show the direction of Ben Hill? Or I was just curious, like, I guess it doesn't really matter. I was just curious, like, what, because I don't know. So I just don't know what we're looking at.
So this is just a very general map. It's off of the TVA's website. It's who's authority over Tyson
is that
River Valley.
Warriors Park right there too? Is that part of Warriors? No, huh? Okay, never mind.
Yes, actually it is.
Oh my God! Look what Karma is Queen. I'll move that comment here in a second. But look what she said: sleep with a bar of dial in your bed. You won't have Charlie horses at night, according to my local elderly folks. Oh, really? Good to know.
Never heard of that one, but okay. So the visitor center they're talking about, it's not on this map. It doesn't like pinpoint a spot. But this is where the dam is for the reservoir or the visitor center is right by where the dam is. There's a little park area in here, not like a major park, but just a little park area. Okay, that is where that visitor center that they're referring to, when Fred Hill was referring to, is. Okay. And that's what I was saying. This at Fort Henry Drive runs all the way up into Kingsport, downtown Kingsport.
Okay.
Right here.
Yeah, that helps.
Okay.
That helps showing the direction of where Kingsport is, and in relation to that helps me like visually.
The new visitor center that replaced it was I want to say it's probably somewhere in about here, to be honest. But it's not far from the 26 and 81 interchange here that I'm showing. And that is not very far away from where the old reservoir was located, visitor center was located either. Ben Hill Road, so everybody can kind of have an idea. That's going to be
that's what I was just
right
wondering.
in this area. Right in this area. It doesn't show it on this map, but it's
and then
in
where
this
is
area.
from there? Where is the travel center again?
Travel center. Yep.
Oh shit! Oh man.
No, you're fine. We're good. Bear with me just a moment.
I'm so difficult.
No, not you. I hit a button on my mouse. I have issues with that button on my mouse.
And what is a past Rock Springs exit going from Johnson City to Kingsport, traveling north?
I'm sorry?
Oh, nothing. I was just reading comments while you were getting that up there. Okay. So there's Kingsport.
Okay. Right. There's Kingsport. This is where the dam is.
Okay.
And that visitor center. And again, this would be...
Let's see. So the visitor center is northeast of Ben Hill Road.
Yes. So here's Horton Highway. If you know about Horton Highway, that's Chimney Top Loop area. And so you're going directly over to this area of the side of the mountain for Ben Hill Road. I'm not seeing Ben Hill Road itself, but this is, okay, the Lake Road.
Okay, yeah. I mean, Light Road's right near it. So, yeah, there's Beach Creek.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, yeah, that's definitely the general area for sure.
Right.
Interesting. I was just curious. I mean, when Fred mentioned something, I don't know. This was just on the jail wall, though, so it doesn't really.
It could be nothing, or it could be something, and it doesn't hurt to take a look at it. Till we decipher or figure out it's one way or the other. And understanding where it is lies on the map like this does sometimes help.
Yeah. So the video I was about, let's see. Okay, it's a different completely different subject. So I probably better wait until we've moved on from this completely, because unless you're ready to move on.
No, go ahead.
Didn't Don get stopped on Van Hill? Yeah. There was something about Van Hill. Remember that it was on some type of police report.
I don't remember
I think
that.
it was Van Hill,
But if they had to go into Rogersville, they're going to go through Van Hill, which is another small community area type of place, very small town. They would take 347 out and make a left off of Ben Hill Road, and that will take you all the way out to Rogersville, or in that direction of Rogersville. You may have to change it, turn off another road, but it's going to take you over that way.
yeah, I think it was his DUI. I need also help finding that those child abuse charges of Candace's. I can't find those anywhere. Now I found, because I know that people are showing it, but what they're showing is just it was just typed out. I want to see on the court website, like on an official website, the actual charges, the child abuse charges, because I can't find them. I swear, though, I saw them one time. I swear I did. But what everybody's been showing lately is not actually official documents or anything. And when I look up on the Burnett County website, I do see some of those things, but I don't see the child abuse. I think, if I remember correctly, I found it somewhere, and I can't remember where. I saw it or found it somewhere at some point. But what I remember about the charges was that they were dropped. I mean, she was charged, but they were dropped because she signed over rights of the children. That she was, I could have sworn that's like the story. I think she told that story to Lips too. Justin didn't share the court document, did he?
Court document for
child abuse. Somebody saying Justin shared it. He showed a document with it type. It was just on the type. He showed a document that somebody had just typed out. I just want to know where people got that information originally. I mean, I'm sure if Justin said it happened, I'm sure it happened, because I I even remember something like, sorry, something in my throat. Anyways, I remember seeing something. Huh?
Howler Boys made a comment about how Don would have traveled to get to Jonesboro to work. I'm going to tell you that the time frame that he says it takes him to get to work does not work if he's on 81. He goes around the mountain, stays on Horton Highway, and then cuts under or over, it would be an overpass at that point, over 81, and uses other back roads to get to that location. He basically goes past where his boss's house is. He doesn't use 81. He didn't use 81.
I'm not doing the pendulum right now. I don't like the pendulum or the dowsing rods. I just like the cards. I don't find the pendulum and stuff like that very accurate. I guess it's fun for some people, but I guess if anybody would have him, it would be JLR. He did pull everything. I'm just wanting to know where the person got, because that document that's being shown is what somebody just typed out, a nicely typed up document of a timeline of her charges. But we don't have the actual court, where it was shown on a website or anything. But I do believe it happened that she was charged at one point, because I could have sworn I saw it somewhere. I know I did, and I know I did, but I can't freaking remember where. I think they were dropped. That was the whole story. It's like it was dropped because she ended up signing over the kids. That's what they do a lot. A lot of times, right? I mean, doesn't a lot of times child CPS, don't they usually, well, not usually, but a lot of times tell the parents if they sign over rights, they won't press charges?
That I believe is still in the works. They have some sort of plea deal or something like that going on with, or it's going to come out to be. Don't forget to play that video that I interrupted you about you're about to play.
There you go.
You asked me to remind you.
Yep. Appreciate it. Sorry, I was eating.
Oh,
yeah,
no
Radical Rose, I saw it, but he didn't pull up their records on a website. It was on paper, is what I'm saying. But I'm not saying it's not correct info, because I believe it's correct info. I just want to, because this is the thing that people are saying. People that are using as a rebuttal is that that's not a real document, like from a website or something. So we need to find the actual charges online on the government website.
Howler Boys, sorry about the thunder in the background. Don tells on himself quite frequently. If you go back and listen to what he said about how the way he traveled and the roads he traveled, is he said that he knows how to get around where he avoids any police. And he can do 90 miles an hour. It's probably an exaggeration, but that's what he said. And the way you're trying to describe that he's going to go puts him right past a state trooper's office. He's not going to go that way. He already said that he avoids the police, where the police are. Electronic medium, that's actually rolling around in the valley here in Hawkins County. So it's, yeah.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it was cool.
So he will not go through Fall Branch, because that's going right past that that state trooper's barracks. He'll go, you're kind of right. He'll go out to Beach Creek. He'll make a right, and he'll go up to the next road, major road, and make a right. And he'll get on Horton Highway, go down Horton Highway a bit to almost where he's just south of where their property is. A little bit past there, a little bit past Chimney Top Loop area. There's a way to go over 81 and another back road or two. And I'm not pulling up the map, so I don't know the road names right this second. But and I do have the map available if anybody does want to see that map. But going back some back roads, it'll take him the same way. It'll get him to Jonesboro through the back entrance of the where he was working, which is what he says. What he says is that he went in the back entrance, or used the back entrance of it, which is just not far from where his boss's house was. But we can come back to that topic, because I think Ziggy wants to play this video.
You're good. You actually, it gives me time for breaks and stuff when I have somebody else up here, you know? Like, so when you're talking, I can mute and go to the bathroom, you know, grab a drink. So I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Hey, I've been snacking on some cheddar cheese sticks, so I understand.
Okay, yeah, so let's go ahead and watch. We'll go ahead and watch this then. Let's see.
Summer Wells, sometimes it's necessary to go right back to the beginning. On the 16th of June, WJHL reported that the sheriff had heard from Summer's siblings that the last time she was seen was going outside of the basement door. Going outside of the basement door. How would Summer's brothers know that she was going outside of the basement door if A, they weren't in the basement, or B, they weren't already outside? Do you see what I'm seeing? Somebody is lying. Somebody's lying. Who's lying? Summer Wells, sometimes it's not.
I'm trying to think. Well, I might be missing. I might be missing the point on this one, or the actual. So if the boys were, let's see, if the boys were outside, what's she trying to get at there?
I would go ahead and say play it one more time, because I think I'm in a little bit of a fog where you were. Where it's like, what is actually going on in this?
Oh, okay.
What's she driving
Now
at?
it's just something that was sent to me, and so somebody emailed me to watch it, so I'm trying to figure out what. Here, yeah, we'll go ahead and listen to it one more time. Yeah, I've seen that arrest record video. It doesn't have anything about the. Hold on, is that a video or? Yeah, that's what I've looked at. That Wisconsin Circuit Court. It doesn't have any child abuse in that. I've already looked at it. It doesn't have. When I search Candace on that site, it doesn't say anything about child abuse. So I'm really trying to find that. I think it was probably, which it is possible that she was charged and it was dropped and there's no record of it, possibly. Anyways, let's go ahead and, here, I'll play this one more time to see. That Summer was never in the basement. Boys told sheriff Summer was last seen going out basement door. Yeah. So what do you mean? Electronic medium. So what are you saying?
We're talking about preteen and teenage boys
Mm-hmm.
who were supposedly playing video games when Candace walked Summer to the door so she can go play with her toys.
Mm-hmm.
The preteen and teenage boys are not going to take their eyes off a video game. They're not. They're not going to pay attention to their little sister for a moment and see that she went into the basement or that she went outside. I just being a guy going through that preteen age, I wouldn't have paid attention. Electronic medium, I think we're getting at the same point, is that somebody is definitely lying about everything.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. So if the boys were they inside playing video games, or were they out, or were they outside or down in the basement? That does, yeah, I see what you are saying. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. That's just another part of the story that doesn't line up.
Right.
And where's this story coming from? This is coming from the Wells side, from the Wells family. It was reported in a document, or on WJHL anyways, that the boys said that the next day. That does, but according to Candace, didn't she say the boys were playing video games?
Right. Exactly. Which is what I was just saying, is like they're preteen and teenage boys. They're not they're boys. They're going to keep their mind on their eyes on the video games.
Right.
That's just how boys are. They're not going to pay attention to their little sister.
Yeah.
If anything,
I sometimes just need. Sometimes I just need a little bit of. I knew I was missing something, but now I see what you're saying for sure. Yes, charges are often dropped for plea deals. That's why I was thinking maybe it was dropped, but I know I saw somewhere, like actually like on an official website, that she was charged with that. So that's what we need to find. If the official, not just, you know what I mean? Play it again. Okay. Now that we know what we're a little bit more, what we're let's go ahead and we'll let it play the last part, which is it just playing over again.
Sometimes it's necessary to go right back to the beginning. On the 16th of June, WJHL reported that the sheriff had heard from Summer's siblings that the last time she was seen was going outside of the basement door. Going outside of the basement door. How would Summer's brothers know that she was going outside of the basement door if A, they weren't in the basement, or B, they weren't already outside? Do you see what I'm seeing? Somebody is lying. Somebody's lying. Who's lying? Someone.
Yeah. I know that is weird though. That is weird that Judy Sue, I know this is off topic, or that's not about the video, but that is weird how Judy Sue was showing those screenshots of Candace saying she was pregnant 3 years ago, but yet. So what she say? Was she just saying that Candace was like she likes to play games surrounding Summer's disappearance, or is she saying that she actually did have another baby? Because she wanted to act like it when Laura was saying it. She didn't. She said that was that it wasn't true. But yet she posted screenshots about Candace saying, putting that post up, but I don't know. Yeah, that's Summer Walk, or Summer. That's Michelle Walks. Michelle Walks. If the mods can share her channel. Candace said Summer didn't go outside without her. Candace also told Chris as she opened the back door, sometimes she opens this door and sits right here to play.
Right. But in the sentence before, or a couple sentences before, that Candace said that she couldn't possibly have opened that door. But she likes to go out the door and sit outside by just outside the door.
Yeah.
So many inconsistencies in what they say.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Candace has been pregnant twice from what I've seen since Summer got gone. She said they say Sleeping Summer was carried to the car by Dawn and Candace. They did say something like that. Oh wait, that was where was that said?
Yeah, I never heard that about Sleeping Summer was carried to the car, because unless that happened later in the day, everything else points to, the incident where we were talking about earlier, where Don gave permission, and I believe it was actually that he helped her get onto the roof to play with the boys. So something there's just so many inconsistencies in what the Wells say.
Mm-hmm. Right. Let's see. Candace said she can't, but Dawn says she can't. Dawn says she can get pregnant? Where did you hear that?
Yeah, I've heard that one. Dawn said that she's been fixed. Like,
no, this person's saying Dawn says she can get pregnant.
No, it says Candace said she can't, but Dawn says she can. Oh,
opens the door. Oh, you're talking. Okay, she's talking about opening the door. Okay, I thought you were talking about her getting pregnant. I think Candace is babies for sale. That's how she makes her living. It's what she can do. Yeah, I have kind of felt the same way, and I kind of feel like there was one possibly with Summer, but possibly sold to the same person. They were on the roof on the evening of the 14th.
That's not the way Don Wells says it.
Mm-hmm.
Don actually said that it was on the 15th, or relates it to being on the 15th. You'd have to go back to the interview or the live that Justin for All had done, and take a look at that. But it's a WJHL interview.
Sorry, when I get quiet, it's because I get distracted with a text or something. Tubes tied means nothing. She can get pregnant even with tubes tied. Yeah, because didn't she have a tubal pregnancy? Isn't that, what's a tubal pregnancy? Isn't that what she claims she had with
So electronic medium, here, let me just, I'll say hello to you in the chat. That way you can have see the channel. There you go. That's the channel. That's my channel.
Right, nicely done. I know, exactly. We can't say anything for, I just really dislike when people say things as if they're a fact without saying, this is my opinion, this is my theory. I cannot stand when people say things matter of fact, like she's fixed, or that didn't happen, this didn't happen. And it's like, well, why are you saying that didn't happen? Oh, because Dawn said so. Okay, no, I don't care. I want everything, even the stuff that Fred said, even though I think that tries to be as honest as he can. I still, I want to see the actual proof. I wish they would release some stuff in this case. There's got in the 911 calls. Why hasn't the 911 calls been released?
I still say it goes back to that. There's something on the 911 calls that's a proof of that, a piece of proof that the Wells are not being truthful. And I believe it was WJHL at one point made a FOIA request for that. The 911 calls, and they were denied. Don't quote me on this being exactly the reasons, but it was basically that they didn't have. It was involving a minor, and they didn't have parental permission to release that information, and also that they were persons of interest.
Yeah.
So that tends to lead you to think that there's something to those 911 calls that raises suspicion, and they're holding on for it for evidence.
Yeah. She should have been sterilized at birth. Everything for me is hearsay unless it comes from the parents. And what?
What?
What do you wait? What do you mean by that, Radical Rose?
Wow.
What's so you don't think the parents lie? I think we have to be taking that wrong. Or I
think you and I are taking it the same exact way. And my issue with that is that, you know, there's been so many lies and so much misinformation that has been put out there from anybody that was living on Ben Hill Road at the time that Summer went missing, that you have to question every single word they say.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm taking I'm taking it wrong because, oh, sorry, Mimi. I saw them posted. That's why I didn't, here it is. It should come up. Nightbot should be posting the link for PayPal any second now. Right there. Doesn't that have the link in there? Both those have the link, both Nightbots. Did that work? You'll be waiting forever. That's 911 call. That 911 dispatch. If Summer went on the roof on the 15th, that wouldn't make sense. I believe it was the 14th, the night before they were playing on the roof. Oh, you just mean that it's hearsay? Like if we say Dawn said, or anything should be hearsay if it doesn't come from the person who said it. If that's what is that what you mean? Athena, get down. You're too big. You can't be up here. She wants to be like up in this chair with me too because Bandit, but like she has to sit up here and then I have to like sit all awkwardly because I can't sit back because she has to have that space behind me because Bandit has his space beside me. Poor Athena.
Look, the way I explain it is this: that they have pitched so much horse manure onto Ben Hill Road that it's filled up Ben Hill Road to the top of the where the Wells live, to the point where, if you remember the cartoon character, the Jolly Green Giant from the vegetable canned vegetable line of that doesn't exist anymore for advertisement purposes, that he would need a pair of hip boots to keep clean and to be able to get through how much horse manure has been thrown out there.
Mm-hmm. I think it's best to view info from TBI as factual. If info comes from an individual, it's based on their perception, their memory. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much.
There is a 911 record of them calling. They go through it's not that they went directly to the sheriff's office. They identify themselves as the sheriff's office, but it's still done through through operators. They're recorded. That way, if it needed, they would be able to go back and review their recordings. Okay. The dispatch call, what you're referring to, for Hawkins County, Beach Creek area, goes through the sheriff's department. They are responsible for policing that area.
What do you mean? Oh, sorry.
No. There still is going to be a recording of some of persons calling 911.
Sorry, I was reading this. She says, I wonder if Dustin Overbay is related to Lonnie Overbay, that their property connects to the Wells office, Simpson Road. What do you mean by the Wells office? What did you really mean there? Because I want to look into that. If you're saying that, because that's kind of a unique last name. I mean, a little bit. It's not like super, super common. But the link at the top, link is pinned to the top. Yeah, Justin, what's the court website to go to pull up the child abuse charges? Like, where's it at on a court? Which do you know what website they got those charges from? The child abuse specifically? Just curious. A FOIA is the only way. Who has the actual document that they put it on? Because I wish they would share the original document, because what the person shared was just like a typing. It's like a Word document.
Hang on, Robin, I'll answer your question in a moment.
I know I saw it somewhere, Justin. I know I did, but I know it's there, but I can't find it.
The Real Rock and Robin, while they are figuring out the that information. So you're asking me my opinion of whether or not one of the boys had called 911? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I don't believe that the statement from TBI or Hawkins County or that's been posted on, I believe, on WJHL about who called. I believe they're very clear that it was the parents that called. It is plural. Mm-hmm. I don't believe it was a minor that called, because they would have said a minor called. That's something that they would not have altered any. Justin might be right with what he said, that one or both of them may have called a non-emergency number. It's not like you're talking to the Wells when you're talking to the sheriff and a public information officer, and WJHL quoting them. You're going to get grammatically correct answers. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there, Ziggy.
No, you're fine. I was just responding back to a text. But Dawn calling, something is up with it. Well, I'm doing a live tomorrow about Dawn calling. Something is up with it. If there is a recording, there is that recording where, or that quote that they have that the mom went on a walk or something, or that was dispatch. We have dispatch, but.
Right. Dispatch is public record or public information because it goes out over the airways, and up until like 3 months ago or within the past 3 months,
They even stopped that.
That's what I was about to say, is that Hawkins County stopped allowing police calls to go out over airways.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy. Is that just Hawkins County or is that all of Tennessee?
That it's not all of Tennessee. It's Hawkins County, and
that's
I think
really strange.
Well, I've seen counties do that before.
You don't think it has anything to do with Summer Wells?
I think it has to do with everybody being nosy and paying attention to what Hawkins County's going on in Hawkins County, and with the frequency of trips they've had to make over the course of time to 110 Ben Hill Road, and then hear about all over YouTube. Yeah, so I think that plays into it as well.
Wow. Yeah,
they're protecting people's. They're protecting other people's person information that has nothing to do with Hawkins, the Summer Wells situation, and her family, for simply get somebody getting pulled over for speeding, is what I really believe it has everything to do with.
I don't think anybody. Yeah, somebody has looked into the. I think people have found like the dispatch through the whatever Broadcastify and stuff, but we don't have the actual 911 calls with the operator.
Right.
And now you can't even get dispatch calls over the radio at all. I knew something looked weird when I was going to Broadcastify. I knew something changed. I was like, what the heck? Shit, there was something else that somebody I was gonna do. I think it was Dawn because they said mom went for a walk. No, they said dad said mom went for a walk.
Right.
So I think that should tell us that the father called, which is, I don't know. It's still weird. If Summer was with Candace, so why is the father calling? But yet, they try to say, I know what they try to say. Oh, she didn't have service. Her service was spotty.
Then what was the big to do of making a story or telling the story of she went and got her mom's phone to call? She threw her phone in one of the trucks, and she got her mom's phone so she could call the police. That's what was said.
Yeah. Okay. Because it didn't get service or something, or it didn't get good service, or right. I remember something like that too.
Right. But my point is if you're not going to call, or you're going to leave your story as being you went for a walk, which reality is she went to her mom's house or the trailer, and checked around the property. She's a homebody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. You're not going to go ahead and say that it's that story of when they got back with the groceries. There was an extra step in saying that she got Summer out of the vehicle. It's the same thing. It's not necessarily a natural statement to say I threw my phone in the truck and then went and got my mom's phone. That's not a detail that's need to be told. I called the police. My child's missing. I called the police. Who cares what phone? Nobody's going to care what phone and what steps you had to take to get that phone.
Right, exactly. Too much details. People, when they, also when people release too many details, like stuff like that. Some of the stuff that it's just, sometimes that's a red flag.
Right. The saying the devil's in the details.
Has anybody seen cracking cases lately? Are they okay? I mean, I know that there's been a lot of rumors and stuff, and I know this is off topic. We'll still continue talking about Summer Wells, but they are a part of this community, so I was just curious if anybody's been in contact with them lately. Wasn't there a pic of Summer at Fort Henry Dam? Don B did a video and visited there. Yeah, there was something up with that dam. I forget what it was. So
supposedly at one point in time, they had misinformation about where Summer was actually swimming, or they were visiting at the park. Somebody had put them at the dam and not over at the supposed horse pond area. That's what that was about.
You were wondering the same thing. What's that? See? Oh, about cracking cases? Yeah. See how I moved from one subject to the next? I already forgot I asked that. Yeah. I just wanted to get that in there because it was a thought that's came up a lot that I keep forgetting to ask. Last couple days, I've kind of just wondered about them. You can call 911 on a disconnected phone that's been disconnected for years as long as it has a battery.
Yep. That is correct.
I heard Donna too, and I've seen how accurate she is. Not a scammer, the real deal. Believe her, always have. Cracking case is posted Donna and Candace's marriage license. Did you see? Oh yeah, I have it. When did they do that? Electronic Medium took off for a while and left us, so it was a couple months ago. I think I got finally got the marriage certificate. I mean, it's been out there before then, for sure. I just, for some reason, I didn't save it, but I finally grabbed it. It probably did come from Cracking Cases or something. Yeah, in 2016. Did a quick video about a singer recently. I know, Justin. I hope so too. Cam made a community post recently. I'll have to look and just see what it says. Just being, it looks like they haven't been on for like a month. It's crazy. How much do we love all of you who have supported us through the good and bad times? We love you all so much that on our comeback day, we have big things for you. We're going to do big things. What? Oh, okay. Okay, this is here. I'll show you guys. I don't, because I couldn't understand what he was trying to say in this post. This is on his community wall, or on their community wall. How much do we love all of you who have supported us through the good and the bad times? Then he put, we love y'all so much that so that on our comeback date, we have big things for you. We are going to do big things for y'all when we come back. And then the same answer is, okay. I don't know. Quite vague.
Sure. That kind of is an awkward post.
Yeah.
Poll.
Yeah. How did the video cams run if the Wi-Fi was so bad? I have no idea. I don't know. Do you guys wonder if all the 4 kids were really Dawn's? I haven't really wondered that because, well, I guess there is one that I think they all look so much alike though. Don't you guys think?
I'm of the opinion they're definitely siblings. There's no mistake in that.
Well, I mean, biological, like father and same father.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, I was going to say that in a second, and I was going to say they look like they favor, with the exception of Summer, the boys favor Dawn. And then I always say that Summer favors her Aunt Rose.
Yeah, but she looks. Oh, I mean, she looks so much like. Especially to me, I think she looks so much like the oldest that. The oldest or the middle, like or which one was it? One of them kind of does look a little bit different than the others, I think. Or is it 1 or 2 of them? But I think they all look so much alike. It's hard to. So that's probably why I haven't really gone that direction with that.
Yeah, I think the resemblance of their facial structure and things like that are too close. And to not only between them, so I don't believe there's like a stepchild in there, is what I'm saying. And then I believe they are offsprings of Don and Candace.
Well, I definitely think they're Candace's. And definitely I think most of them are at least Dawn and Candace's.
No,
I don't know. I think I've never really questioned it.
My answer is kind of like I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody that's in a situation where they have step siblings or anything like that, or because the way families work these days is so not within tradition of what a family is. But I personally believe that they're all related, all the boys, Summer, and the parents, Don and Candace.
Thank you, Terry. I don't see anybody saying anything negative, but maybe it got blocked. and I didn't see it. So if something was said,
Oh no, I didn't see anything said. I'm just, I felt my
no, I'm
answer
talking
was a
about
little
Terry.
awkward.
Terry in the chat. Terry,
My
or,
apologies.
did you see it? Where? Oh, okay. I didn't know if you thought. Yeah, she said, "Don't let them bully you, Ziggy. This is your channel." And I was so the way her comment was stating or said it. Somebody's going by honking. Like, anyways, maybe it was Jody Sue. Maybe she was getting me back for when I went by her house. Like, hey, Jody Sue. So that's what I was talking about. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I was just saying, must have been somebody talking bad about me or something in the chat that I didn't see because of that comment. Didn't even notice. If a minor called by law, they can't release a 911 call. In every case, I've heard 911 calls are released before court. Remember Allie telling Chris Grandis was supposed to adopt Summer? I still.
Yeah, I remember that.
Ooh. I totally forgot about that. That is really interesting. That's important for my man. Somebody's recent. Thanks for reminding us. Hold on.
It goes hand in hand with Candace supposedly being quoted. I don't remember the source of it, but that she only ever wanted to have boys. She didn't want to have any girls. And I think that where that comes from is that because Summer was a girl, that they were looking to adopt her out.
Wow. So now that makes even more. That just makes more sense to what somebody told me about how Grandis never warmed up to the boys. That her favorite was Summer. Could Grandis could have done something, or maybe to hide Summer from harm? Wow, I totally forgot about her saying that, but that is true because I remember it now.
Thank you, BB Diamond.
There's so many things that comes back up,
Yeah, no, I agree. That BB Diamond, thank you. I wasn't sure, but I was thinking that in the back of my head.
I think so too, Justin, but I know a lot of people don't believe Candace was jealous of Summer and think but I do believe it. I mean, because I believe her, yes. Because I'm not going to go into specifics of why I think that, but for several reasons I feel like that, because, I think Dawn was inappropriate with her, and I kind of wonder if Dawn and Candace knew each other, were both into that kind of stuff, and if it was some kind of agreement, some type of, I don't know. Because of the way Dawn talked about a young girl's body right in front of Candace. And Dawn and Candace corrected him about the age when he said 13. She let him know that she was actually 12.
12. Yep.
So it was, so it's like everyday stuff. So like it makes me wonder. And just like the rumors about Dawn not wanting Candace to be around H. I don't know.
Top dog, I don't believe there was an open marriage or Rhiannon. I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing names well tonight. They're swingers either. I believe it was a situation where it's the old saying that I actually believe it's quoting a song. whatever boys can do, I can do better, or something like along those lines. They were sort of trying to one up each other.
Yeah, I'm sure that they do. They do seem kind of competitive against each other. I could definitely see them. I could see that. I cheat, you cheat, they all cheat. You
Right.
get to cheat, I get to cheat, we all get to cheat.
Right. They might as well just cheat together. I mean,
Oh, you think that's why they shaved her head, because they don't want it? But why would they have to shave it so short? Just so you think maybe so they didn't have to deal with it for a while or something? Do you think that's why she shaved Summer's head? Just pure laziness, not wanting to deal with her hair? I never thought of it that way, but
in my opinion, no. It was because ticks were nastily bad that year.
You think that's why her hair was shaved off? I think it was really actually due to the. I think it was. I don't think it was something like. I don't think it was anything weird. I think it was just because of lice. So kind of probably the same category of what you're saying.
I remember that the ticks were really bad that year. So. And the conditions and reports of of how the upkeep of the property was, if they're drawing the type of rats that the neighbors were complaining about, they're going to have ticks. They're going to have lice. They're going to have shaving their hair off was a godsend to them, so they didn't land up with a nasty bug infection in their hair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was. What was the other thing that somebody was? I don't know, like the hair coloring and stuff like that. That was another thing that was people were looking into to see if that was anything, if there was anything in with that, if that's something like a trafficking thing, or if shaving heads is a trafficking thing, or I don't know. I've never really looked into it as in that way, but
it is. It is. It's a trafficking thing. It's the quickest way to alter the way a child looks. If the kid has long hair and you all of a sudden and you're looking for a kid with long hair, and a kidnapper or the person that did this shaves their head, you now have misinformation of you're looking with a kid with long hair, and this kid doesn't have long hair.
Maybe they were thinking, maybe they were planning on getting her I hate to say rid of her. How do I say it without it sounding so like insensitive?
The way I tend to word it is that they had a plan that was far worse than what happened with Summer, or at least what I believe would happen with Summer. And it does involve trafficking.
I'm just wondering if that was a plan like before that day, like, and maybe that's why her head was shaved, is maybe they were planning on it earlier before that. Because it doesn't make sense to shave and then shave the head and then let her walk around like that for a few months and then keep shaving it or whatever they were doing. Doesn't make sense if it was for trafficking, because then there would be people who would have saw her with short hair, and they took pictures of her with short hair, so it wasn't I don't know. I don't think it's a trafficking thing. But they did give the law enforcement the picture they gave of her was her with longer hair. It was a picture that even looked like her too. It didn't even look like her when she had longer hair. The one where she's smiling real big and that does not look like her at all.
The Christmas photo. To
Yeah.
be honest, that looks like the dress she was wearing, like a crushed velvet red. that's a Christmas type of dress for church. So I still believe that Robin actually gave him that photo. And it was where the parents were having problems finding photos for Summer.
You think because a motive was because CPS was coming to the house to remove Summer and they was going to find out about Summer's essay? Do they always test for that when they remove a child? Like when I mean test for that, do an examination?
Because of how evasive that would be and how mentally scarring that would be for a child Summer's age, I would believe that they would have to have like concrete proof that something was going on, because that is that type of an exam. A 5-year-old would not be able to mentally handle that. That's going to leave long-term damage once they figure out, as that child gets older and figures out what they were doing. That's going to leave a lot of issues.
You think they would give her an exam though? But see, I wonder. I think law enforcement is very aware of some possible that kind of stuff going on. I really do. I think the boys witnessed some weird things and have spoke to law enforcement. I think so. That's my opinion.
I would think before they go with the full exam that you're referring to, that they would look for signs of unusual bruising or other damages where they didn't have to be so evasive with doing that full exam before they even consider doing that.
That's normal practice if a child is coming from an abused family. Yeah, what Dawn's sister said, that's true. Huh. Was it to ICU? Was that to repel lice? Was that the purpose? Or she said she put some product in her kids' hair and they never had lice. See, I've never even known that to be an issue. Like I have a few sisters and none of us, like I said, I got lice when I was 40 years old, but none of us had lice and stuff like that as kids or anything like that. But I don't know, some kids I think are more susceptible. I don't know if it's like a blood type thing or what it is.
For which? For lice or ticks?
For lice, or I don't know. Whatever they eat. What do they eat? Just your...
So lice...
Huh?
Lice and ticks like the opposite things. Ticks actually like a hair that's very clean, not greasy. I'm sorry, actually reverse that. It's lice that likes that. Ticks will actually really don't care. They will actually. So if a kid's hair is not washed or oily, or you probably have, I believe you actually have better chance of getting ticks than anything else.
Thank you so much, Judge Laura, for the PayPal and supporting the channel. You're amazing.
Yeah, BB Diamond. Yeah,
there you
go.
You are right about that, the lice thing. And that's why I think that's kind of, Ali said something like that's why Don doesn't get lice, because his hair is so greasy. Oh, man. She was like, I don't think Don could get lice. His hair's so greasy. But you know how I also know that too is because I've actually learned that when I was in jail about because of the products like Black people would put on their hair.
Mhm.
They said they never get lice because of it, because of the whatever grease stuff they put on their hair. They said so, and I mean, think about it. Black people, they never get lice, do they?
I don't
Because
know.
of that reason.
I don't know. I know they have to put some very heavy and products in their hair because their
Yeah.
hair will get brittle and dry. But I don't know the extent of that or not.
Yeah, but that's when I learned that greasy hair helps repair or repel lice or keeps lice away. Oh, does hairspray work as a repellent? I didn't know that.
Victoria, it could be trees, it could be tall grass, it can be being in areas around a creek. They're not going to be, they're not picky about where they live. And yes, they can come from other wild animals as well.
Guys, let me know if anybody else goes. Let's see. I don't know if Prayer Garden's going live or anything this evening.
And I just saw what time it is.
Yeah, it's 11:30. I've been on for over 4 hours this evening. We've had a good conversation, pretty overall. You know, those people at the beginning, I know some people were a little bit rowdy, but it is what it is. And not everybody's going to agree with everything I freaking do. And whatever, I can't make everybody happy. I'm doing the best I can, dang it.
Justin, then you need to come up here because I actually need to go to bed. I have to be up in about 7 hours, 8 hours for work. So that's between you and Ziggy. I'm going to be leaving in a moment.
Justin wants to be an all-nighter, but he doesn't want to. You'll come. Oh, not tonight. You don't want to come up tonight, Top Dog. Ticks mosquito. Stinky fabric softener. Sheets, dollar store. Korean pockets. Huh. Really? I know, right, Stephanie? Exactly. If Don hurt Summer, that should make him want to unalive him, not be jealous of Summer. Exactly. She's backwards. But of course, that's just an opinion. You know, some people but people who have been close with Candace say that too, that she was jealous of Summer. So it's not just us thinking that. People have said that they felt that she was. Those who have witnessed her with Summer. What is the link to can one of the moms share RJ's channel, please? It's the Conversations Living Room, RJ.
Electronic Medium, got it. Thank you very much. I appreciate you doing that. So, no, I only I do not have a constant sleeping habit. Going to bed in a few moments, and I probably will only get about 6 hours sleep.
Supposedly men need less sleep than women. I don't know if that's true, or I don't know if it's need or if they are men's just do sleepless than women? Probably both. But
I have to get a
I couldn't
minimum.
live on 6. I could not. There's no way I could just sleep 6 hours a night.
Oh no, I'm worse than that. I'm a nap person. I'll sleep for a couple hours and then I'll get up and then I'll go back to. I can't sleep straight through. That's why I'm saying I'll only get about 6 hours of sleep, because it'll be a couple hours. I'll be up for an hour, and then a couple of more hours, and I'll be up for an hour. So yeah.
Do you have? You don't have any? What's up? Breathing.
I do, and I have a machine for it. But
okay.
I still sleep that way.
Because that's what happened to what Jim would do, and so that's worrisome. So I'm glad that you have one of those machines, though.
Yeah, I have a CPAP.
Yeah, he wouldn't do it. He refused to. I don't know. He thought he was going to live forever. So, but yeah, that would have. I noticed that he would also fall asleep just sitting up or fall asleep anywhere. But he also would sleep just short amounts of time.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. No, I have a CPAP machine and it works. When I had gotten tested, I was having incidents on average of every 51 seconds. Now I get it's all the way down to 45 minutes. So my sleep is not perfect, but it's significantly better.
It's called a free running clock. I was diagnosed with it. Huh. Interesting. Justin said he slept in his car today. Wow, I can't sleep in a car. I cannot sleep in a car. I have to be in a bed to sleep. And it has to be, I can't have like somebody in there watching TV or, doing anything really. I need it to be either quiet or no, really quietness makes it harder for me. I really need a fan for sure. If he's completely quiet, it's harder for me to sleep. It distracts my mind to have a fan on.
I'm laughing, but I'm the same exact way. I have to have a fan blowing towards my face, and I have to have the soundtracks we talked about before from YouTube, like the ocean waves or those type of things. I have to have those playing, otherwise it's.
Yeah, lately, because I didn't have a fan there for a few weeks, so I had been improvising and watching those kind of things. I had those playing in the background instead of a fan. But I just got a fan, like a replacement fan recently, but I've been I play both of them now at the same time. I haven't stopped my YouTube videos. So now I have the fan and I have like ocean waves or some kind of ASMR or, that kind of stuff. Usually a constant noise.
Yep.
Like it has to be
rain, thunderstorms, those soundtracks. Any one of them work. It's got to be some sort of noise. Yep. I'm 100% right there with you.
Well, I am curious. I was reading a message that mentioned something about CPS, if that possibly had anything to do with Summer's disappearance. And I'm just kind of like contemplating on that.
If CPS had anything to do with her disappearance,
like as far as why Summer's gone, like were they afraid of them finding out about SA? So that's some. I'm just sitting here thinking if that could be a possible motive. I think it's if that were. I think that it would be more too. I think that would be more like an excuse, because I think Don was very capable. He's been. I mean, other people have come out and said he tried to sell his son. Okay, so I think really the main motive was money, but I think if something like that too could have been even more of a reason. Gave them more reason. They could have used it as an excuse. Oh, well, we don't want to get in trouble for. Gross. Very selfish people.
Yeah, I don't buy into the so let's back up to the 14th for a second. Go back to the 14th, and our CPS supposedly was on Ben Hill Road or on on their property, and if you listen to Don Wells, he said they were closing an investigation. Mm-hmm. I actually have 2, maybe 3 possibilities of what they were going on. I believe that it may have been related to the DV incident that happened in October, and they were just following up to make sure the kids were safe.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2 is could the school have been documenting issues with the boys, their grooming, their upkeep, their how they were doing in school and whatnot, and they saw enough issues to turn it over to CPS to investigate what is going on the boys' behalf. And then there is the allegation or the rumor, however you want to look at it, that the boys were allowed to run around with loaded pew-pews. Unsupervised. So that I kind of lean towards that. One of those 3 reasons is the real reason that they were originally going to the Ben Hill Road, Wells property. And other than having a birth record of Summer, any discovery they had on Summer or investigation involving Summer extended from what was already going on with the boys.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Peas in a pod. I don't understand how any CPS case. Sorry, I have a piece of candy in my mouth. But how any CPS case could have been closed against them with the house looking like that.
Yeah, I don't believe so either.
You see what BB Diamond here says? His CPS is who told him to separate Summer's sleeping arrangements just prior to June 15th. Yep, I remember. I don't remember where I heard that. But yeah, they were told to, at least I heard, they were told they had to, I think Don was the one that said that, didn't he? Didn't he say CPS told him they had to sleep in different places?
Yeah, well, yes. Yeah. Look, that's a whole rabbit hole to go down. But yes, absolutely. And not only that, is that a girl, for privacy reasons, because of developmental reasons,
mm-hmm.
they need a room with a door.
Yeah, and they don't have any rooms with doors there, really.
Nope.
Except the basement area.
And that's not the kind of door I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Just a regular interior room door.
Maybe they do have I don't know, maybe where the boys are. I don't know if they do or not over there. I didn't walk through the house or anything.
I don't believe they did.
I just went in the front part.
I don't believe they did. From the Chris McDonough walkthrough, I believe when you went in that front door with the scaffolding as stairs, There's bunk beds in that very first room you walk into. But I believe it's an archway. I don't believe there was a door there going into the living room, kitchen areas. Of course, I'm doing that from memory that I'm recalling that. But if somebody wants to go back and watch that video, I might be a little bit.
I'm just
off
watching.
on
I'm
the
sure
details.
somebody. It's not that big a deal right at the moment, but I'm sure somebody in chat probably. I was just looking at the chat and seeing what people remembered. Open rooms, open bathroom, no door.
Yep.
A door dividing. It smelled like smoke. Really, it's the smell of smoke. The smoke in there is so bad; it's unbearable.
They would have had to rip down every single piece of.
That's what I remember.
drywall.
But do you have to go outside? You want to go out? You have to go pee? You want to go pee?
Not only from them smoking cigarettes, but from them possibly smoking other things or heating up other things. In my personal opinion, that every piece of drywall would have had to come off the walls.
Jose did say something like this, but I thought it was locked him in the basement, didn't he? Made him stay in the Where did he lock them in? Jose said Donna locked them in their room when they acted up. I thought it was, didn't they get locked in the basement or something?
I don't see how they could have been locked anywhere. There's no doors. I mean, unless they locked them in the house and there was no way to unlock the doors from the inside. But that is a danger within itself.
Candace used to grab the boys by their. Yeah, that was something that I was told by that source.
Locked them in the shed.
Athena, stop. Athena's been so like attached to me lately for some reason, and it's bothering Caitlin, but I tell Caitlin she needs to spend more time with her.
Yep.
If she doesn't want her to, just constantly be in here with me. Remember Allie said Candace didn't want to talk to the police. She was on FaceTime playing with her hat, wanting to go to bed about 11 p.m. How can you go to bed? That is crazy. Let's see. Somebody sent me another clip here that we'll watch. I'm going to let the dog out real quick. Let's see how long it is first. It's only a minute long. Doesn't give me much time, but I'll pull up my live on my phone so I can listen on my phone. All right, I'm going to play this. RJ, if I'm not right back when it stops playing, could you just take over for 1 minute?
Yeah, not a problem.
Here, let me make sure it's loud enough for you guys. I can't.
Sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of a holding shelter.
Oh my God.
Let's be realistic. This ain't gonna be good. And because of all the pressure and YouTube and the TV shows and everything else, they probably wanted to get rid of the evidence and they probably killed her. If there was some.
So, what?
Somebody has probably sexually
shit, Don.
Yeah, you were still there. Okay.
No, I'm here now.
Yeah, it
I
moved itself.
Wait a second, because I can't leave the little one out there for very long by itself because it can get underneath a fence. Yeah,
I
so
have to agree with
that was
Stephanie.
pretty obscene, wasn't it?
I kind of have to agree with Stephanie. It's like this is one of those odd, stupid, strange statements that Don has actually made about Summer, about him spitballing what he believes has happened. And this was, he's made actually worse statements, more elaborate statements, detailed statements. But these are the statements that I keep referring to as, at one point, do you have to actually consider that this is potentially what he has done in his past? Because we do know he has a history going all the way back to Mary, when he was 12 years old through 19 years old. Who else has he done this to? When you get to that point of he's starting to he's not forecasting, but he's projecting what he possibly has done onto his daughter.
Here, let me, since I was walking around and listening, I'm going to just listen to one more time. I think I accidentally closed it.
Sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her, probably killed her. Let's be realistic. This ain't gonna be good. And because of all the pressure and YouTube and all the TV shows and everything else, they probably wanted to get rid of the evidence, and they probably killed her. Because there was some.
Because of YouTube. Of course, because of YouTube,
Right.
Always has to be because of somebody else's fault.
Right. He
Not
always blames YouTube. It's his cop out. It's his cop out.
Even if not YouTube, it's always somebody else, If not YouTube, there's it's Chris McDonough's fault or stepsister's fault, anybody but his.
Well, believe it or not, I believe when he's saying YouTube, he is blaming it on Chris McDonough, but he's not naming Chris McDonough. He's also blaming it on what's their names? I don't remember their names. That showed up and were trying to pick it outside, right off his driveway or outside of his work. I believe that's who he's blaming when he says it's YouTube. It's that group of people that took those actions.
Yeah, well, see, if he doesn't think, though, if he never did anything to Summer, if he wouldn't have done something to Summer in the first place, we wouldn't even be here. If the abuse never happened, if this stuff, he gives us so much to talk about. And right, Top Dog, who does say that about missing daughter? That was so, who talks that explicitly about their daughter who's missing? That does not make sense to me. It just does not sound like a caring father. No. It's even hard for us to talk like that about, we don't talk that explicitly at all about Summer, but I even hate using the word dad and her name in the same sentence.
No, I agree. I always say, it's my head says she shouldn't be alive, because of statistics. But my heart wants her to be alive. You know, I struggle with it, and I go back and forth with that all the time. It's like Don Wells saying that his daughter is locked up in a dungeon.
Right.
What kind of sick and depraved thought would he actually have to say or be aware of to say that she's in a dungeon being tortured?
Yeah, well, just like he told me on the phone how, right, the same sort of thing, that how he had been, that she was in a hotel or a motel room somewhere being traded for crack. And when his sister was trying to tell him, no, don't think like that, he's like, you know, telling her like, oh, I've seen it. And he keeps saying, it happens. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Mm-hmm. Right.
What
That's
kind
why. That's exactly what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying.
Like that with your own eyes?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen anything like that with your own eyes? Like
no.
In person? No. Like a child being traded for crack? But Don has. How come that seems, I mean, for him, it's like a normal occurrence, and he acts like he's seen it all the time. Like it's just, you know, it's just a regular Monday. You know?
Yep, exactly.
Regular, whatever day of week it was.
Exactly. No, it's you know, it's exactly what I was saying just a few moments ago. Is this where he's projecting something he's done onto what's happened to Summer?
Yeah. Wow. I don't know. I just keep waiting for that day that I wake up to, you know, 1,000 text messages from you guys, like blowing up my phone to let me know that they found Summer, you know, but it's never happened. And I don't know. Has Reaper Scrim jumped on panel yet? Yeah, she was.
It's at the point where you start to look at Summer missing as being, you're crossing into the territory of Amanda Berry and all the other girls or boys that have been missing for long periods of time. We're crossing that line into it being a miracle if she is alive and going to be land up being a story like Amanda Berry and Knox. I can't remember her last name, her first name, probably Amanda as well. But
yeah,
the other,
I think it is Amanda Knox.
Yep, Electronic Medium, another one, Alicia Navarro, exactly. You know, it's you're landing up, you're crossing that type of territory where this is going to take years yet to come, and nobody wants that because, oh goodness, it's a horrific situation for not only the family if they're not involved, but in this case for Summer as well.
Yeah, could that be why its case is outside the norm because of the way they normalize bad behavior? I'll have to look into Wishing Navarro. Not sure if I know who that is.
She's a somebody that was just found recently, probably about 3 weeks ago, I think. Maybe a month ago, but she was missing for a couple years. I don't remember exactly how long.
Rudy Farias. What about that kid? That one too. That guy who you guys remember that? Him being found recently? His mom was in on that though too.
I don't remember that one.
Navarro.
Oh.
What happened to her? Was she trafficked?
I have not followed up on it to find out if there's been more to come out other than she has been found.
Interesting. I'll look into it. All right. Well, I am probably going to go. I'm sure you have to go anyways.
Alicia Navarro was missing for about 4 years.
At what age? Was she like a teenager?
I'm looking for that information. I'm not finding that information. I'm just going by like headlines of things right now. She's now 18, so she was 14 at the time, or approximately 14.
Wow. All right. Well, I'm going to go, guys.
There you go. Electronic medium. No problem. I was just going to say electronic medium saying she was found with a 36-year-old man.
14 went missing, and 18 now, and almost 19.
Yep.
Wow. Lured away by online gaming. Oh, God. Oh, my God. That's scary. She went on the internet, 14-year-old, then 18, when she walked into a police station. Oh, she walked into a police station and turned herself in or told them who she was?
Right.
Wow.
Danny H., no, they have not found, I don't remember her name off the top of my head, but they have not found her as of yet. They've had a couple searches, but they have not found her. All right, Ziggy, I'm getting tired. I need to go get some sleep.
I need to go. All right. Well, thank you for coming up here. Appreciate you.
Anytime.
All right. Well, everybody have a nice evening. I have to go too. I've been on here for almost 5 hours, and thank you to the ones who all donated to keep this channel going. It's appreciated very, very much. So, I will see everybody tomorrow.
Round me up the coast, boy. Wanna hear the ocean roar crash over me. Then ride it home.
All right, guys. We'll talk soon. Ta-ta.
Stardust left behind, left to find one another, face the sun, fear no one, 'cause we are all one, we are all one. We are all one. We are all one. We are all. Pick me up, yeah, moonchild, put me into